Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, September the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. All right, what is happening this morning? So, VRAX up. I've forgotten that monkeypox is still up there, but I guess it is. Anyway, VRAX, some kind of a vaccine now for monkeypox. BCAN still active from yesterday. That was a crazy one from yesterday. Yeah, 32%. Had the massive drop. Look at this after hour or pre-market action. MGAM was active late yesterday, and I think it's continuing here. Yeah, MGAM had a big move yesterday. Went from 2, and then in the after hours got up to 318, holding, and so it's kind of at that after hours high. PGY, I guess they did a financing. My goodness, they got hammered down on a. I don't see the financing. I'm not saying it wasn't a financing. Somebody mentioned financing. I don't see the financing news, but anyway, PGY. Now this one is absolutely crazy. VIRI. Remember we saw this one yesterday, and this got 2 days ago. Sorry, $8. They did a financing, 52 cents now. 52 cents now, and you know what? They only raised about, I think it was $5 million. It's not like they, anyway, unbelievable. RCOR is a buyout. Just wanted to mention that one. Laser. Now this one, again, one of these very lofty price targets put on by JP Morgan. In this case, JP Morgan has put a $30 price target on LAZR. So, I mean, it's got room off. I don't mean to 30, but it's got room. Takes out 10. The next highs are around that 11 mark. Boy, I was watching that VTAC. So today is supposedly the day in which they effectively close on that merger. So tomorrow it will be trading, as long as everything is okay. It'll be trading as PRST tomorrow. But wow, this popped up and then down. Ford got hammered a little bit yesterday. I think it was after hours. Yeah, supply chain issues. So look at the gap underneath here. I mean, the next low looking left is 1409. Is that right? No, 1338 is the next low looking left for Ford. 1338. GROV. Not sure I saw any news on this one. It could be interesting. I mean, yesterday's high was 652, and after that, you've got 7. So if it can start approaching yesterday's high, I don't see any news on it though. Yeah, CEO. Oh yeah, no kidding. For Beyond Meat. What else do they need? It's sort of an Arkansas game, something like that. Bit somebody's nose. So I did notice that rum, at least when I looked. Yeah, so I did notice there are some rum shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. Not many. There were 5,000. Now there are 2,800. So they're being snapped up a little bit. Not that I'm looking to short it, but it was just I just wanted to see if there were shorts available. This hit 1749 pre-market, so it's dropped a couple of dollars. And again, we're in for a gap down, a little gap down in the market this morning. Market rallied though yesterday. We had the gap down yesterday, but the market definitely rallied at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the SPY, that 15-minute chart at the end of the day. Hard to see, but you had a nice rally starting at about 3 o'clock. That's quite the article about Chamath and his IPO, IPOD and F, etc. Man, oh man. What's interesting is that he will give the money back to the people who put the money in. But when you look at the SPACs, just look at the performance of the SPACs. Not just his. I'm not sure. I don't use the web-based version. If you grab a corner, can you not shrink it? Sort of like this. If you grab a corner, can you not do something like this? I don't use the web-based version. That's all I can think of. Let me see if I have the web-based version here. Time is it now? 9:09. Yeah, I've got time. Let me just see if I can load it and see what happens. Okay, so I was able to obviously do that. So if I pop this out, so it's here, so it's out here. I've popped it out. Yeah, you can do the same thing. Just grab it, right click and grab it. Might be it's a little more delayed than in the application, but you can certainly do it. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know the web-based version very well, Ron. I apologize. I'm sure you can. Or just reload the layout or something. I mean, I just don't know the web-based version. I'm sorry. Let me just one more time take a look at it. Yeah, I'm just not used to it. I pop out. Yeah, but now I got the configure and pop out. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I don't know how to. So there's the chart. Can I put it back in? Yeah, I just don't know. Sorry. Oh, did I? No, I just don't know. Sorry, Ron. You might have to go to our real tech support for something like that. SPPI is moved. Just a cheap one. Look at this. Doing the financing maybe? Nope. FDA releases briefing, so obviously not good. Whatever those briefing documents are. Look at this SPPI. Just getting clobbered here. Keep an eye on Beyond Meat. I mean, if this takes out that 17, I mean, it's almost another all-time low. I think 17, what did it get down to yesterday? Yeah, it got down to 17. I think it got down to 1704. If this breaks 17, I mean, there's just nothing holding Beyond Meat up. BYND, nothing holding it. What a disaster this has been. Morning, Christophe. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning. Well, a very short upgrade list. Oh, good morning, Real. I didn't see you there. Okay, not very many upgrades, and we have a few more downgrades. Nike downgrade, NKE downgrade. Well, downgrades for that CHNG that Real is talking about on this buyout. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Little PG. I get my upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just from briefing.com. It's free. You can sign up for it. Ask for your email. The reason I do it is because they send it to me about 10 after 9 every morning. So it's just there. I don't have to do any scouting for it. So that is briefing.com. $25.75, so 27, so it's a little premium right now. All right, guys. So yeah, rum is starting to drift just a little bit. Let's see if those shares have been snapped up. Yeah, they're gone now at Interactive Brokers. There weren't that many, but there were 5,000 when I looked earlier this morning. Then the last time I looked, there were a couple thousand. So they are now gone at Interactive Brokers. Any news? Well, let's take a look at the IPO calendar. What time is it right now? 9:17. See if they're. Yeah, so it says week of now. Okay, so that may not happen now. It says the week of, and that's for the LICN. So now as opposed to a specific date. Now this one has been postponed many times, Jupiter Neurosciences. So again, maybe tomorrow. I don't care about the SPACs, but this one, yeah, this might not happen now, at least this week. Whoa, that's an expensive stock. UNH, wow, $524. So interesting that there are a couple of downgrades for CHNG. I know what Real is thinking about. I mean, if the original price was around 25, and here it's sitting at 27.26. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So yeah, the market, the market's starting to drift down again. Of course, today I guess is we find out whether it's going to be 75. Who knows? Maybe 100. If it's 100, look out. 75, I guess, is priced in, but we'll see. That's raising of rates, of course. So I'm going to go. So what I did was I clicked on firmware toolbar, clicked on new, and then show more, and then sector status. And most things are going to be in the red. I just haven't checked the price of oil. Yeah, so everything is down, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE is a major ETF for energy. And so when you see 90% red, what that means is 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close, okay? And so there was obviously not one positive sector, nothing 50% or more. Now, this really turned around yesterday, as I say every day. If I look at this at around 10 or 10:15 and I look at it a little bit differently, the change from the open. In other words, what are the stocks doing from their opening trades? Are they rallying or what? So that's what happened yesterday. In fact, energy, I think, really had a big rally from the open. Now, most of the stocks were still down from the previous day's close, but they were rallying, and that's what happened at the end of the day with the market. So most of the indices went positive, or indices. Most of these sectors went positive. I did see this meds, just wasn't that impressed with it because I thought there might be too much resistance not that far away. All these topping tails also. I'm starting to just shy away from these little ones that have these little pops in the pre-market. Meds, and it wasn't shortable for me anyway. Meds, MEDS. I'm not sure there was any. I guess there was some news after the company announced Bonum Health, a subsidiary, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a little bit of news for Meds, MEDS. A lot of volume. I'll say that. There was a lot of volume and a very low float, 3.3 million in the float. Traded 1.3 already. So that press release definitely got some enthusiasm into this, but I just don't know where it can go from here. Looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away. but I'll put a like on it just in case something happens on it later on. I guess BNTX, along with the Moderna and all those other vaccine players yesterday, it is gapping down somewhat also again today. How is Moderna doing? mRNA. Was a great short by Zach and others, I think, yesterday, along with the Viru, and that was it. Oh man, what a great short that was. On a percentage basis, that was just a beauty. All right, as rum is starting to move higher, let's see if there's any short covering. Interactive brokers, not yet. Well, that was yeah, I mean, that was the news on CHNG. Definitely that was the news. I mean, here it is. Gains after judge denies Department of Justice block of the deal, the UNH deal. But that doesn't mean it's definitely going to head, because now they're evaluating next steps. DOJ evaluating next steps. It's amazing the power these judges have. Like, I don't know where this guy's from. I mean, there it is. Yeah, originally 25.75, though the price was changed to 27.75, which includes a $2 per share dividend. Okay, so that actually, I guess that actually happened in April. This has been ongoing. Ford still holding 14, not, boy, I mean, look at Ford, guys. I mean, again, supply chain problems. That's what that's what came out yesterday after hours. I mean, this is nothing new, but expects to have 40 to 45,000 vehicles on wheels at the end of Q3 that are lacking parts, currently in short supply. Any news on Wynn? Seen the casinos too much in the last little while. Let's see. Macau stocks, yeah, that's the reason, okay? So that's the reason after Hong Kong relaxes hotel quarantine rules with Beijing's approval. That's your reason. So probably look at LVS, MGM, all the other casinos, probably doing the same sort of thing. But that's your reason. Same thing, yep. And MGM. Christoph, of course, you can ask the question. I'll try my best to answer it. Oh, there's higher coming in. Yeah. Well, interesting. What's the float in higher? Yeah, 19 million, about 20 million in the float. So it's above that high right there. A lot of resistance, in my opinion, though, all the way up. Okay, guys, rum over 16 again. Rum over 16. Again, I'm just looking to see if there's any short covering at Interactive Brokers. Not yet. I mean, there weren't very many shares, but not yet. Again, remember this hit 1743 in the pre-market. All right, guys, what time is it now? So we got about a little over a minute to the open. I'm going to get rid of these. This one gets set for this open. Again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. There are some exceptions, of course, but typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And if I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. Yes, you're going to miss the ones that run right from the beginning, but a lot of whippiness in the first 15. Stocks, you'll see stocks with, going up, down, up, down. And we've got another 10 seconds or so. The races will begin. All right, we are ready to go. Let's see what happens now. Look at the beacon. I mean, how awful a trader this is. I mean, if you had shorts, unbelievable. But I mean, look at this nonsense. I mean, 940 in the pre-market and then all the way back down to 6. All right, WDC, WDC. Look at this one, WDC. Boy, almost an all-time low. I mean, Western Digital. WDC on the way down. WDC. Wow, look at rum now, guys. Woo. Briefly touched 16. Now back down to 15. RUM. Western Digital. Yeah, Western Digital, WDC, just getting hit here. I don't know if there's any specific news. Deutsche Bank downgrades it. Yeah, but I mean, they're cutting the price from 240 from 56. We're already at 35, Deutsche Bank. But it's just too early for me to pile into this. I did see this INVZ in the pre-market. I did see it. Yeah, it's kind of hanging in the 6 level. I think the reason I kind of discounted it is because when I look left, I think there's too much resistance not that far away. It's on a low float, 123 million. Not sure I can see any news. JP Morgan initiates. Okay, so they put a $22 price target on it. Oh man. Okay, so that's the reason for this little pop for INVZ. Yeah, I mean, Western Digital is just can tell. TELL on the way down also. But it's early. Yeah, that CHNG looks pretty interesting as a short. I think you said you're short, William. 27.22, good spread. Only a penny spread. Look at the relative volume. So, Zach, Michael said that he's added the MFI divergence long 1 minute and 15 minutes. I don't know if they were there before. Thought I saw short too. And that's in the Market Explorer. Again, I'm not 100% sure you're going to see it look, well, anybody's going to see it look like this. This is the way it's organized now. I don't think you have to email him. Well, you might, okay, you can email him, but he said, again, I'm not 100% sure it's been added. Actually, you know what? It hasn't been added yet, as I can see it. I mean, he's got something called MFI overbought 1 minute, MFI oversold 1 minute. I just don't see it in the Market Explorer yet. Okay, I'm sure that's coming. Look at RUM now, guys. RUM just getting hit. But you can email him if you want. Um, but I know that this will be added for sure. Market Explorer and MFI, and so I can see it hasn't been added yet because he just emailed. He just pinged me this morning, said MFI overbought and oversold on the 1 minute is being added. It just hasn't made it in yet, I guess. You can ask them, okay, a stock trader. I mean, they can, I know why they in the old days when when the top lists were updated every 30 seconds, it didn't make sense to have a 1 minute volume. Okay, it may make more sense now, but you know, support, as I say all the time, coming from the customers better than coming from me. Okay, they just ask. Okay, the usual chop, guys. LAZR, look at this, got up to almost 10, falls almost down to 950. So it's right in the middle now. They had the upgrade from JP Morgan, and they put on a $30 price target from JP Morgan. Well, look at this. So this is a vaccine pop right here, NVAX. Look at this pop for NVAX. This isn't budging. THNG is just not budging. Forward, guys. Sugar. I just lost sight of it. I wanted to take this on a 14 break. Look at Ford right now, guys. F. So the next low looking left is 13.19. See, look at WDC. I mean, look at what it did. Got down to 30, just underneath 35, and it's popped up a little bit. I mean, this bottoming tail looks a lot more severe than it really is, but still. I mean, look at TCOM. I know Rio mentioned it. 27.35 pulls all the way back down. I mean, it's got room. I mean, it depends what the market does, but the market is so first candle is red on the 15-minute. Yeah, this is moving a little more, but hey, look at this resistance, potential resistance on the INVZ guys around 620. I mean, if it pops through that, then it will be a 20-day high for sure, but it's a 20-day high now, but it's got to get through that 620 or so. Ooh, look at Shopify, guys. Shopify on the way down. Shopify. And it's HOP. Next low looking left for Shopify is 31.14. So maybe that holds it, but if it takes out that 31.14, the next low is 29.89. Well, those people who held under their rum shorts look good, at one point, not over 16 again, but that 16 just was a barrier. All right, guys. Now, yeah, it's not shortable for me anyway, Interactive Brokers, but Meds looks like to me it's coming into a lot of resistance between 150 and 160. for Ford is yeah, GM and Ford. I mean, so GM now, at least GM has maybe a little support around 39, 33. This is a buyout, RCOR, a real cheap one. Rocket Pharmaceuticals to buy it for 260 a share. I don't know if it's unsolicited or not. Looks like it's not a hostile takeover. Well, Shopify just continues down, guys. SHOP. All right, drug on the move again, guys. Boy, look at this pop here for drug. Went from 135 all the way up to 157. Pull back now. This has been super active, of course, in the past. Low float, 7 million in the float. So, Christoph, every time you ask and you ask a question, I say yes. Maybe you can't hear me. All right, first 15 almost in the books now. Another couple seconds, and then I can start looking to see Beacon. Yeah, you got to be careful with this Beacon. I mean, this is so choppy. Wow, look at Newell, NWL, another one that's really breaking down underneath the whole number. I don't know where there is some support. Got to go back, going back to 2021, going back to 20. Yeah, so back in, so it's a couple of years ago, a little bit of support, but that Newell looks really interesting as a short underneath 16. Not a lot of volume yet. All right, watching this VTAC here, very volatile. 6 looks like it's trying to hold. Supposedly they're going to announce the merger is complete today. And then tomorrow this will be trading as PRTS. Sorry, PRST. Keep an eye on the Newell, guys. NWL, the longer it holds underneath 16. Now the market's putting in a little bit of a bounce, so some of these will follow the market. No, I see from yeah, DraftKings. Well, it's bouncing a little bit with the market. DKNG. I see why you took it. I see it's from Zach Scan. Okay, so this is another one of these blank checkers, SPAC IMPX. We're seeing this one. Got all the way up to 1165, pulled right back down. Okay, so they have approved the merger with Harley Davidson EV unit. Okay, that could be interesting. Expects the deal to close on the 26th. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the 19th. This is news from the 19th. So it is obviously something's got a little haywire. Okay, the deal is going to close on the 26th. Okay, this is very confusing. LVWR. LVWR. I don't know if this is a poorly written press release or maybe that should be the 27th, not the 17th, obviously. Because if it's closing on the 26th, the next day typically, so that's probably just a misprint. That's not, obviously it's not the 17th. It'll be the 27th. Could be an interesting one, guys. Harley Davidson EV. Okay, I'm just watching the market here, guys. So that green candle is now looking like it might be going red, a big topping tail. So what time is it now? 9:50. So it's still 10 minutes for this one to close. Yeah, this GCT has a little bit of room, guys. The high yesterday was 1528, so it's at 1450 right now on the move. Newell doesn't look like it wants to really give it up. I'm still watching this NWL hanging under 16. 1590 probably gets me in on a short, but it doesn't look like it. It's not moving with the market right now. I'll give it a little bit longer. I'm just going to, what I should do is just put a price alert for the NWL right down here around, say, 1592 and see if it takes that out and starts moving with the market. Hey guys, a firm now underneath 22. So what's the next low looking left? 2163, unfortunately. Looks like there's, decent support. around that 2150 mark. But this market is really selling off now. Okay, I mean, this got a little bit of room, this HLGN. You got as high as 224 yesterday. It's at 208 right now. Is that right? Let me take a look. Yeah, 224. So it's got a little bit of room on a percentage basis, but it's not a low float. 137 million. That is the HLGN. It's not moving. CHNG is just not moving. BCAN came out of its halt. So we got these IPOD and IPOF. I don't know this plus designation on it, but so he's abandoning these. That was quite the story. He meaning Chamath. Hey guys, this SHC, which got hammered yesterday, I couldn't get it. Lots of shares available, but that uptick rule, I think, nailed me from yesterday. Maybe a good thing. Well, I'm going to watch this one, see how much it pops up. It's just got absolutely hammered yesterday. I can't remember what the news was, but I don't consider myself anything quiche, but I consider myself to be a scalper in this market. I mean, it's depends on the stock. I don't go into the trade thinking I'm scalping though. Depends what you mean by scalping, by the way. Okay. I mean, I'm not ever looking to make a nickel or a dime on anything, but I'm going to be watching to see how things are trading, of course, and I'm not going to hang around too long if I don't like the way it's trading. But I'm not looking. I'm always looking to make at least a 1 for 2 and a risk reward. Okay, at least. It may not work out. I may get out earlier because I don't like the way something's trading, but I don't go into a trade thinking, well, I just want to make a nickel on the trade. It's a question for my YouTube room. I'm going to watch it. Keep watching this SHC, guys. I mean, this is an all-time low. I think it's an all-time low anyway. Yeah, it's an all-time low. So, I mean, down here, of course, is the all-time low, but let's see how big a bounce this is. This is a hard trader, in my opinion, but the BCAN is now moving up again. Big topping tail there, 862, then right back to 8. The high in the pre-market was 940. I would use the term nimble instead of scalper. Okay, I'm nimble in this market. You know, this IMTE, if you can ever get through two and maybe through that 230 area, I mean, look at the room it's got. Way up to 558 is the next high. It's just a matter of can it do it? And it's like IMTE. You may have to wait a long. I'm not a swing trader at all, Keish, but you may have to wait a long time for that. Here's an interesting one from the AI. I never have a 1 minute chart up. No. I was asked, do I watch on a 1 minute to exit? No. And again, that doesn't mean that you or anybody else who's listening shouldn't. Okay, half an hour in. Let's take a look now at some of these ones that won races earlier. So there's, well, okay, Yosh. What's the next high looking left for a Yosh is 190. And then after that is 203. And then after that is 246. So you can kind of see that if Yosh can make its way through two, it's got some room to the 246 mark. Another one making its way now down Weyerhaeuser, getting close to that whole number of 30. Also known as AKA. I mean, I suppose it's got some room to about the two mark, AKA. Interesting daily charts today because of what happened yesterday. We had some rallying yesterday. So you see these green candles and a lot of stocks will have these green candles. So now they're red today to start anyway, and starting to approach the lows of yesterday. All right, guys. Well, maybe rum has found a bit of support at that 15 level. Maybe. I mean, it got all the way down to 1427, but V-Ray, guys, haven't seen this one for a while. V-Ray, this was super active. 153 million in the float. V-Ray, next high looking left is 4. And if it took out 4, yeah, again, I just look left. I just think there's maybe too much resistance. It just hasn't got enough room for me to get too excited about it. Okay, welcome back, Christoph. Yeah, so we don't have EMAs at all, Christoph, sorry. We don't have EMAs at all. So that's your just SMAs, but not on that. We don't have SMA 8 and 34. Okay, so we don't have EMAs. Sorry to disappoint you. Ah, shoot. Look at this GCT. I was just talking about this when it was at 15. Look at this thing rock now. 1630 is the next high looking left. This looks like, I guess it was just one of those crazy IPOs that got up to 60 odd. I'm watching rum here, guys. I mean, the high is 16. It looks like it's trying to hold this level, RUM. You can't because we don't have SMA 34s and we don't have like for 4 hours, Christoph, sorry. So we don't have SMA 8 crossing the SMA 34. For SMAs, all we have is this. Okay, if you can hear me. You right click, configure, click on search, and then type in cross. Okay. These are the SMA crosses that we have, the 5 period. So the 5 crossing the 8 on 1 minute, etc. These are all of, that's what we have. Okay, not on 4 hours. I can give it to you. I don't have it up and running. Large cap losers. Somebody asked me for the large cap losers, large cap gainers from the open, and there's the large cap losers. So I can give it to you. Okay, here it is. Well, I just mentioned this CGNX, guys. This is not bad. This is from the AI. Okay, this is actually not bad at all. CGNX definitely going kind of counter to the market. Well, I guess I got to put a price alert around here for INVZ around 619 and see if it gets rolling. It's not. It's a low float. Sorry, high float. 123 million in the float. So another one from the AI, not bad. I mean, AMX, it's not bad. It's got room maybe to the 17, yeah, 46. Is that the next high? 1729, 1746. Not a lot of room, but how is that trade of the week doing? Oh, I don't think, did it trigger? I guess it did trigger, right? 4064. I can't remember what the trigger was. Is it 4045 or something? 47, 4047? Yeah, 4047. So it did trigger yesterday. What did it get up to? Got up to 4064. Hmm. So if it's sitting on the 50, that's the stop. As you know, that's the stop, the 50 SMA. So, you trade it the way you want, but that is the stop. Ooh, this one. Look at this one, guys. What sort of room does it have looking left? And that's the CPE. 3756. This is a little bit close. 3756 is the next low looking left for CPE. All right, guys, IMPX. I mean, they're going to do it's, I guess, on the 27th. This will have a new symbol. So about a week from now, not about a week from now, a week from now. And they're a blank check company, a SPAC, that is going to be taking Harley Davidson's EV division public. And that is the IMPX. Okay, guys, SHC is getting weaker again. SHC is getting weaker again. Boy, a lot of chop. Look at that rum, up, down, up, down, up, down. Just looking to see if there's any specific news for Lyft, Lyft, specific news for Lyft. How about Uber? How's it Uber doing? So Uber and Lyft are both moving virtually the same way. So, I mean, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but if they had a data breach, of course, we all know that. Well, we don't all know that, but that's what happened. All right, guys, IMPX is so interesting just because of who they're going to be taking public, but it's not today. So they've approved the merger. The deal will close on the 26th, and it'll start trading not the 17th. Obviously, that's a misprint on the 27th as LVWR. And that's Harley Davidson's e-motorcycle division, Livewire. Just watching to see if it holds 11. IMPX. Where did it get up to? Got up to 1167. Hey guys, I'm just watching this IMPX to see how well it holds 11. So Moderna, oh, man, how's Viru doing? VERU, is it following suit? The answer is not quite, guys. So this is kind of lagging. So keep an eye on Viru because it dropped. The virus play also dropped yesterday with the rest of the virus vaccines. This is kind of lagging though. Definitely lagging Moderna. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of watching the IMPX here as it rests just around 11 and see if it has any sort of, if it gets back over 11, say 11.15, I'll probably take that trade as long as the spread is not crazy. All right, guys, so I'm going to forget about the IMPX for a while anyway. Some views on this CGNX after the company raised. Okay, raised. So it's not an earnings play exactly. You know, they released earnings on the 1st, November 1st, but they have raised guidance. One of probably the few companies that have done that. That's the CGNX. Remember Holo from yesterday? What a joke. Look at Holo today. Holo today got up to in the pre-market. Well, I don't believe that one in the pre-market or after hours yesterday, but you got up to what, $35? SHC, I forgot to keep watching it. So keep an eye on this one if it takes out 9. I mean, there's just no support, obviously, all-time low. Keep an eye on the CGNX, guys. I mean, one of the few companies that is raising guidance, probably in their third quarter. They don't. It is an AI trade or an AI alert also. Look at SHC now, guys. So Christophe, okay, Christophe, you can't do it. We don't have the SMA 34, okay? All we have is this. If you can hear me and you can see what I'm doing, if you right click on an alert window, configure, click on search. No, you can't. You can't configure it yourself. And just type in cross. And you'll see what we have for crosses, okay? For the SMA, the 5 period, 8 on 1 minute, etc. Okay? You can't configure it yourself. When the company started, they tried to create enough alerts and filters that they thought would satisfy the majority of our customers. So no programming language required. So that's one of the reasons why, when people ask a question like yourself, can I configure it yourself? That would require some programming. And so we don't, we just not, we decided early on that that's not the way, that's not how we were going to go. I have to admit, you're the first person that I've seen wanting a 34. Okay, Eric, I think you're just, yeah. I've seen it. I have seen it, but it's the first time I've actually seen it as a request. I knew that you were doing that, Eric. I knew that. So when you say an example, I don't have a scan for that, Christoph. I mean, but so I don't know you're not a subscriber, are you? So I don't know what you mean. Do I have an example of an SMA cross? I mean, I think I know what you mean, but I don't have a scan for that. I think we might have some up here in the Market Explorer. Maybe not. We have an 821 EMA trend pullback, and we have a crossover, moving average crossover. So we do have some of these, but that's in our Market Explorer. We don't have 4 hours. Okay, so really listen carefully here, okay? This is what we have for the crossovers. Okay, if it's not there, we don't have it. We have a 5 period crossing the 8 period on 1 minute and various ones all the way up to, I think we have a 60. What's the highest time frame? 30. Okay, so we don't have an hour. We don't have 4 hours. These are the ones that we have. Okay. Sorry to disappoint, but I mean that's what we have. How could you use the 75% pullback from the high of day to trade? Well, Is that a scan that you see? I mean, if you get an alert, then you have to watch to see how it's watch what the market's doing. A 75% pullback. I mean, that's a huge pullback. I'm not sure. I mean, then you're looking at a bounce play. I mean, bounces are not easy. Bounces are not easy, Mookie. Okay. You'd really have to be watching what the market's doing at the same time. I mean, something that's pulled back 75% from the high of the day, you'd have to be watching what the market's doing. If the market is still moving down, I wouldn't even look at it. You might get a little bit of a bounce, but how much of a bounce could you get if the market's moving against you? Now, if the market's moving in your favor, yeah, maybe. That's how I'd be looking at it. Yeah, I mean, this is just a terrible. I mean, look, I mean, 209 down to 164. I mean, that's destroyed. I mean, I'm not saying bounces are very difficult. If you're new to trading, bounces are very difficult to time. You know, what Steve Gomez might say, I mean, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Is that holding it? Perhaps. But bounces are not easy to play. And again, if the market, I mean, with the way the market is now, I mean, bouncers are going to be really, really dicey. I mean, the market doesn't have to be necessarily going in your favor for bounces to work, but what you don't want is for the market just to be continuing to move down. All right, here's the Newell now, NWL. I was watching this one earlier. I don't know, though, how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, a very tight range of trading right now after that big gap down. NRBO, this was that crazy one from a few days ago, got up to $64, $65. I keep watching that IMPX, guys, if it really has a big move over 11. Problem is, of course, we've got all these topping tails up here. The buyers tried to move it up, sellers knocked it down, keep knocking it down. So, all right, guys. Wow, 10:33 already. Give me a moment. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about my homepage. And what you're going to find, okay, so on my homepage, we have this great promo on right now, okay? Now let me try to explain it. There is the code to use, 17 months for 12, for 25% off. So this is how it works. If you are currently a monthly subscriber, you can take out, say, an annual subscription on premium or standard. Let's just say you took out an annual subscription on standard. It would cost you $750 upfront, and you'd get 17 months for the price of 12. That would work out to $44 a month. So if you're a monthly subscriber right now, obviously if you don't have trade ideas at all, you want to do that. Of course, that applies to you too. And the same thing, we do have the 4 plans, the annual, monthly, and the for premium and standard. Premium would work out to about $94 a month for the 17 months. Again, standard would work out to $44 for the 17 months. Now, if you already have an annual subscription, this is what we can do for you. This is what we can do for you. So let's just say you had 6 months left on your annual subscription. You would take this deal today, okay? And then we would add that, say, 6 months to the 17 months. So you'd have the 23 months, okay? That's what we would do. Trying to be fair. Wow, look at rum now getting turfed here. Okay? So this is expiring on the 26th. And we've never done anything like this before. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying we'll never do it again, but this is the first time we've attempted something like this. Okay? Now, I was a little bit wrong yesterday. When it expired, when it's up, so let's just say you take out a subscription today, 17 months from now, you can still get the 17 for 12, but you don't get the 25% off. Well, Elijah, yeah, they're not going to do it automatically because not everybody wants to do it. So you have to email them, yeah. So the question was, I mean, yeah, the deal that we're giving to current subscribers on annual plans, but not everybody is going to say, okay, I want that, because you have to, you're going to have to take up that subscription today, the new one, and then we add on how many months you've got left. But not everybody is going to want to do that, so we're not automatically doing it. So yes, you do have to contact them. So there's your support at trade-ideas.com. So if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first, the getting started with trade ideas, okay? Take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. And it runs you through the download and installation, the first startup and login, etc. Mandatory you do that. It's a software program, okay? There is a learning curve, but that gets you started for sure. I do a stock of the day video. Now I've been getting them. So I know we had a problem with this email, but I have now been getting them. I wanted to test it. So I think somebody said they still weren't getting them. I don't have any answer for that. Yeah, but some may not want to come up, maybe they don't have the 750 or the 1600 right now. I mean, so we can't automatically do it for people. Bill them and then extend it. You have to tell us you want to do that. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. And here is the big education section, okay? The guide, the user guide, great user guide. So it starts off with that getting started. If you haven't done it already, please do. You should know at the very least what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing, okay? You can cover the other stuff later, but get down the basics. There's the Getting Started series again. So daily support. So I do take a break at noon Eastern between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. And you have a lot of brokerage plus questions if you're into back testing and things like that. But I'm going to tell you right off the bat, he's going to nag at you. You could ask him questions and he's going to say something like, well, does that meet your trading plan? He's going to say that the over under is 15, okay? That he mentions trading plan. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. And then Chris Varley, as always, between Monday and Friday, between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in the YouTube room. Daily webinars. There is one today. Yes, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. Well, guys, SHC, the break on 9 was huge. Back to basics. So Michael Noss, the aforementioned Michael Noss, he put this together, all right? If you're new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, etc. Okay, candlestick, support and resistance. If you're new to trading, it's all free. My scans are here. You want my scans? Here they are. So the two that you see here, the race modes, I'll explain them in a lot more detail, but I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. Here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down, but I do have some other scans, okay? So save my link, then you can look at the education section, my scans, anytime you want. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market, and doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of other scans that we have created. Now don't go crazy about, like loading them all into your layout. Try to really streamline it. But if you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, you will see we have some theme-based channels here. So the explosive winners channel. So this race that you see here, the race that I've got here is very similar. I've made some adjustments. I put a higher minimum volume and a different price range and all. But this race that you see here is in essence the same race, same idea, same concept. I'll get into the racing in a bit. This is a popular channel, the momentum channel. SHC. So what we're really good at is creating an event and then getting a real-time alert for that event. So you see right here, now this is 10:26, all right? Obviously it's, well, not obviously, but it's 10:43 right now. So this is the last alert that happened in this alert window, okay? And for my scans, and for any scan that you may see in any one of the layouts, in order to see what it's looking for, you just right-click on the scan, click on configure, and then click summary. So this is telling you what this scan is looking for. Price between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 3. So that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Oh. And 100,000 shares minimum. These are the key ones right here. 1,000% of normal volume in the last 1 minute and 400% in the last 5 minutes. The bottom line is if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So that is a huge difference between a screener and a scanner. In essence, what this does, it screens for the stocks, and then this gives you the real-time alert. That's the big difference between a scanner and a screener. Now, this is the new high alert. We have many, many, many alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, but I almost exclusively use new high and new lows for the day. But we have a lot of different alerts, and we have a lot of different filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. The reason we have so many is because, again, when the company started in 2003, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Yes, we don't have things like the SMA, whatever that was, 34, things like that. But for the majority of our customers, what we have is sufficient. You do not have to learn them all, of course. So there's Annex right there. You see Annex just made a new high. There's Annex. Okay, so that triggered, and every time it made a new high, you get a real-time alert. So if you wanted this scan as it is, right click, duplicate into a free-floating window, because what you have to do, you have to take it out of this layout. Once you've done that, it's free-floating. Now you can do one of two things. You can save it as it is to the cloud, to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it, okay? Or you can make a change before you do save it, because again, if you right click, configure, and click on the summary, this is what it's looking for, but you may not like that price range. So for instance, you might want, instead of 1 and 50, maybe you want 10 and 100 as the price range. Click on the summary, you see it's changed. Now you can say okay, and then you can save it. Okay? And then what you do is, again, you can go through the different channels, extract scans that you like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time. You basically just file load from cloud, and you'll see them, and you'll load it, file load from cloud again, load it. Then you can create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. But again, I caution you, do not go overboard on the number of scans you've got, okay? Otherwise, you'll click like mad on symbols all day long and get nothing done. Which leads me in to the races. And why I think that if you're new to trading, and even if you're not new to trading, I've adopted the races as almost my exclusive go-to scans. In this market, it's a little more difficult because most, stocks are, you're not getting in these ones here, these are the biggest gainers from the open. These are the more volatile ones. These are the more, call them steady ones. But, let's face it, the market is not that conducive to going long right now. But this is what the race is built on. So if I right click and open and I'm sharing these two scans. So if I open the top list, so all races start from a top list window, okay? Now you can create, of course, your own top list window with your criteria. In this particular case, this is what I'm looking for. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50, has a minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the close, I will see symbols, I will see stocks in this race when they're doing something out of the ordinary. So before we had races, the idea of using a top list window was you could, on any header that you've got, you could double left click rapidly and then you could sort. So for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from the close, I could do it. So NRBO right now is up almost 50% from the close of yesterday. If I want to do that same sort on the change from the open, okay, the same thing. NRBO is up 45% from its opening trade today. Great. How do I trade this? Well, obviously, I mean, if I stared at this long enough, I might see the ones that are moving the most. Okay, but that would be like crazy. What if something down here like SBLK or SYRS, it's up 5.4% from the open right now. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really starts to move? And now it's 10%, 15, 20, 30% from the open. I couldn't possibly see that. Okay. So that's where the races come in. I run 4-minute races. It's just the figure, that's the number that I like. You could run a 3-minute race, you could run a 2-minute race, a 5-minute race. I chose 4. Don't ask why, I just did. So another race is going to start very soon. The first race just ended, and the winner of the race was AMPX. Okay, that's why I drifted to the top. So what does it mean to win a race? So let's get this thing rolling, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, now as this race begins, you'll see that stocks are jockeying for position. You know, who's going to be on top of the leaderboard? This is what's happening. So right now, AMPX, and that number right there you see beside it at now 5%, 5 points. Since the race started, okay, it has moved 5%, 5.7%. Okay, there it is. Look at it go, guys. I mean, look at it. Now, I'm not saying you just hop into the trade right now, but it's showing you that this is really starting to move. Okay, and now you start looking left. Where could it go? 915 is the next high. That was the high of yesterday. After that, I mean 1680. I don't know where it's going, but obviously there's some enthusiasm about this right now, and there's a lot of volume coming in. Okay, you could never have seen that if you just stared at that top list. Okay, I mean, I don't even know where it was on the top list, but you could never have seen it. This is alerting you then, this is a stock that's really moving. Number one. So what happens is, and this is the beauty, I think anyway, this is one of the major reasons why I think you should, you don't have to use my top list, but you can, you can create your own with your own set of criteria. But it's automatically going to create a top 10 list for you to watch stocks all day long. It'll create a watch list for you that you don't have to even know it's going to do it automatically. And how does it happen? Well, for instance, if you look in the number one position, meds, that 4 beside it means it won 4 races today. Okay, BCAN won 4 races, etc. The Ampex, which could win the race, but if it starts to drop and another one filters to the top, it won't win this race. But at like INM, I would click on this and just see what's happening. Again, it doesn't mean you hop in and take the trade. If it's coming from a nice pattern, and that's why you've got to practice trading, because you might say, well, how do I know what a good pattern is? That's why you've got to practice trading. Okay, and that's why we have a simulator that I'll go over. I mean, trading, you've got to spend the time, guys. But what it's doing is instead of having all sorts of different alert windows, all sorts of different top list windows, and trying to figure out what should I be looking at all day long. If you create your own, I mean, you can use these, but if you create your own top list eventually and start to, the things that you like to see, you could even create a top list window with just the stocks that you like to see. In other words, create a watch list. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to see all the time. You could do that, attach it to the top list, and just follow them in race mode. So again, it's all about focus, 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 focus on, just a couple. I mean, I've got this one over here. I have another race. The difference between this race and the biggest gainers from the open, the large cap gainers from the open, is because these can be very volatile. I mean, these can be volatile, but because I put a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, which is not high, you're not going to see stocks here that are volatile, okay? Which may be, a little easier to trade for the average, especially if you're starting out. Oh, SHC guys, this has just been a wonderful one. Just waited on that 9 short or that 9 break. I'm telling you, I'm amazed that it was available so easily because I thought that uptick rule would nail me. Because it was, I mean, it's now down 15%, but before it was only down, what, 8%, 7%, but it was down a huge amount yesterday. And that uptick rule means, if the stock is down 10% today, or it was yesterday, it might be difficult to get a fill where you want. There are tons of shorts available, Interactive Brokers, 1.7 million. So that wasn't the issue, it's just that uptick rule. But that didn't even come into play at all. So the other thing is, as the day progresses, click on the alerts, in this watch list. Click on them. Take a look at Yash as an example. Hasn't won a race, only won one race early on the day. But now this is not doing anything. But you know what? Maybe this was just consolidating for a while and, getting prepared for another move. You won't know that unless you click on it. In this case, obviously it's not. The GCT won a race. Maybe that's a big pullback. What I'd like to see is something that may be consolidating a little bit. You put a price alert maybe above the consolidation, and later on in the day, if it pops through, you'll be notified of that. Okay. I am not on mute. Oh, anybody take the short guys? I mean, just tell me, even if you just lie. I mean, look at the short guys. I mean, there's no support, all-time low, SHC just, and very, very orderly once it took out 9. So again, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, but if you listen to me, you sort of understand what I'm looking for. And I basically said, if this takes out 9, look out below. Oops. Okay, guys, I don't know if you can. Okay. Just give me a moment. I know I lost the screen. I don't know why that happened. Just give me a moment. Hmm. Okay, guys, everything should be back to normal now. I actually accidentally clicked on the browser tab. So as I was saying, click on these alerts as, just because something hasn't won a race in a long time, you never know what it's doing. Okay. I mean, in these cases, these are big pullbacks, but I mean, the Ampex, I don't know what it's doing. So maybe the Ampex, if it, you might be more of a pullback player. You might say, you know what, if it pulls back to a 9, let me know. So I'll put an alert there. And what I have found is that later on in the day, in the afternoon, some of these things just go to sleep for a while. These ones that really are active in the morning, they kind of go to sleep for a while, and then all of a sudden, the buying enthusiasm comes back. So if you set some price alerts, you'll be notified of that. So it's all about focus. And don't worry about the other things that are moving and people are talking about them and you're not seeing them and how come I'm not seeing them in my scan? Don't worry about it. I mean, I miss tons of things, but it just doesn't bother me. I mean, I've got enough going on. Look at the CGNX now, guys. Now that was a big, look at that 44.41 and now it's moving again. This is an AI alert. Someone did that reverse split yesterday. So what's it doing today? Are they, yeah, so if they're smart, the guys who run Son, they should put out any sort of a press release. Any sort of a press release. I don't see anything, but our premium service, Mookie. That's our premium service, the AI. So there's the 2 alerts today so far. Not bad. You need our premium service to see them. Good grief, guys. I didn't get this one, but look at this NRBO, the craziness again. So what, 5, 6 days ago, got up to 65. Wow. Not in it. So traders are probably looking at this one, AMPS. Could it do sort of the same type of thing as NRBO? I mean, it's above yesterday's high easily. 1680 is the next. It takes out 10. Again, you're chasing it now. I mean, you're in complete chase mode. But if it ever just sort of paused a bit, okay, guys. So I've taken some of my SHC short out. I mean, it got all the way down to 815. And I'm just waiting to see. It had a little bit of a move higher, but I'm just waiting to see if it challenges 8 again. Yeah, I see. I probably missed out on the Viru. Yeah. So remember I was saying, I mean, it hasn't moved that much, but I was saying it was lagging Moderna, mRNA. I said that, I don't know, an hour ago. It was lagging Moderna. What are the advantages of docks over single windows? Um, I mean, I use docks because it's like the way it's organized. I mean, you don't have to use docks, okay? I mean, I just like the way it's organized so I can, move everything around if I want. I can save individual groupings of windows, if I put them into a dock. I mean, it's not mandatory. I mean, I guess that's an advantage. I like the way it looks. There's another dock I've got down here. Certainly, you don't have to do it. So I mean, if you like the idea of making a container with similar perhaps strategies in them. I've got I only have 4 thumbnail charts. I used to have a lot more, but I've reduced all the thumbnail charts so I can put them all in a doc. I mean, it's just sort of it's a nice way to organize things. I guess that's an advantage. It doesn't help you trading at all, but you get so. But I mean, if you like this look, yeah, it's kind of a clean look. Definitely a clean look. And it's one of the things I do like about it because I have created several docked windows, okay? And every now and then I'll bring one back just to see what it looks like, what scans are in there. I mean, I'm pretty set on the scans that I use, but every now and then, I'll change one out for another. And so it's easy for me just to bring back, a dock with those scans in them. But it's certainly not necessary. One of the common questions we get is if you have multiple monitors, okay, so people can listen very closely to this. If you've got multiple monitors, this is what you can do. So I've got 3 monitors as an example. So what I do is I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what I'll designate as my main monitor. So this is my main monitor. This is the one that I display to you guys. I put all my trade ideas windows exactly where I want them, whether they were free floating or in docks. Okay. I've got, a dock window over here on my other monitor. I've got my halts resumes on another monitor. This is free floating. Okay. So the bottom line is just put all of your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on your other monitors if you have multiple monitors. And then click on tools from our toolbar, click on tools, options, and then where it says layouts, click on layouts. And then where it says loading layouts, check that, open relative to main window, and save it. And when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work, including this. Any even if it's not a minor save, but even a minor save, you must save it. Just like any other program, you got to save your work at the end. Otherwise, those changes won't be saved. So if you do that, then when you load trade ideas the next time, all of your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. Okay. Okay, guys, I've covered all of the SHC now. and I'll move on. Okay, guys, it is 8 or 11:09 right now. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Time is it now? Yeah, 11:09. So I'll be back. Oops, back around 11:15 Eastern time, of course. All right, guys, I'm back. NRBO. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. How to access all channels, please? For example, China. Okay, so I think you're referring to this doc channel or the channel bar. Is China still here? Ah, they've really reduced it now. They've really reduced it. Oh, show more, idiot. Okay. Is China still here? Look, look, look. Here's China. Okay, so Christoph, but I warn you, you can access it if you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on not the docked channel bar, but the channel bar right above it. Okay. And then click on Show More, and there it is. There's the China channel. Now, the difference is if you have a layout already up and running, okay, if you click on one of these channels, your layout will disappear. Okay, that's the problem. That's how it used to be. And so, of course, you have to make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. So you save it if you're going to click on any one of these. And the difference is that if you click on New and Docked Channel Bar, so that's the difference in the old channel bar and the docked channel bar, is that you can click on these channels. I don't think China's in here anymore. We really reduced the number of channels. We're just getting too redundant. But anyway, if you click on any one of these channels, you don't have to worry. Your layout will remain. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. So that's okay. Yeah, is it ever on deck? The SHC. Okay. So again, if you click on any channel in the channel bar, your layout will disappear. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, clicking a layout from the channel bar. Clicking a layout from our docked channel bar, your layout will remain. You can have multiple layouts at this open at the same time. Yes, it is halted. Yes, it is halted. Ooh, guys. Okay, the INVZ now. Big level. Big level. Big level that it's at right now. Now they had the upgrade from what, JP Morgan or somebody. Put a $22 price target on them. Okay. Now before you get all excited and say, "Oh my goodness, it's at 615." JP Morgan says it's going to 22. I guess I may as well just pour all my money into this trade. No, 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 no. Okay. I mean, nobody knows if it's going to get to 22. They put, a lot of these. I mean, look, JP Morgan is a little more known as some of these other firms that put up these lofty price targets, but nonetheless, it doesn't mean that that's going to happen. Well, I mean, nothing's holding it up. I mean, I'm completely out of it now, but nothing is holding this up. It's an all-time low, of course. You're a little late, Goldman. So their past price target for this was 23. Now it's 9. Well, we're at 8 now. This is Goldman. So this was the new, now I remember this. Yeah, plunges 32% after the jury awards $363 million against its stereogenetics unit. Yikes. Newell is moving. Well, again, last time I looked, I thought maybe it wouldn't be dynamic enough, but it is definitely is moving now. NWL. Okay, guys, I'm just so the okay VRAX was a monkeypox play. Does anybody really care? Saw this one yesterday. Yeah, that's why. SHCR Share Care. Nice day yesterday. Got some stuff to get through, but if I can get through this, 214, 220 mark, then it's got some room to about the 270 mark, 260 to 270. So let's see if that can happen later on. Now, I haven't gone over the Brokerage Plus at all. Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room at noon, you can ask him a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus. But what I want to do is just show how you can use it as a simulator. Okay, so I put a Brokerage Plus link in, 2 videos there. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. So this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. And the races are not available yet, the web-based version, but really, really, really soon. I can tell you right now, because if I right click, use browser interface is already an option. So it's going to be very, very soon. This is, again, I'm on a development version, so you don't have access to this yet. So the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. So to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New from our toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. You may have different column headers, but that's okay. And it should say not connected. And then you just click on Sim for simulation. That'll change to account. And then you click on account, and then simulated trading default will show up. So what you're seeing here, this is something that I was demonstrating in the simulator yesterday. how you can take a trade. And this was yesterday. So you can see if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade, or, as long as you want it. Real simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up in the box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Click that buy button, that sets it up, and then you send it. Now, we've also created a very simple way to take a trade, okay? And that is with this buy button on the chart. Now, if your buy button is grayed out, like the sell button is here on my chart, if the buy button is grayed out, you have to have a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? So go to our home page and download, I would download the beta. You can tell what you've got if you click on help and about. Okay, now I'm on a development version. I'm on 5.6.12. I think that, just pausing here, I want to see what our latest version is for the beta. I think it's 0.9, but okay, so if you scroll down, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Yeah, 5.6.9. So I would download that. Okay, then you'll have access to that buy button. So what does the buy button do? What it does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price that you set it at, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Again, so this is not a strategy. It's just a quick way to get you used to taking trades. Now, when you get used to using a buy button or, something else, maybe your own strategies, of course you can adjust that. If you don't want to take $5,000 worth of stock every trade, or you want a different stop, things like that. Of course you can adjust it, but we're trying to make it easy for first time users just to get used to, taking trades in a simulator. Yeah, Eric, yeah. E-Trade and IB are the only two brokers you can use with Brokerage Plus if you want to trade from within. Yes, and you can auto trade. Yes, don't recommend it, but you can. Yes. So when you click on the buy button, crosshairs will appear. So I could do a couple of things here. I could say set it down below the current price, maybe on a pullback. I could set it above the current price. I thought, okay, if it takes this area out, I want to take the trade. Or of course, I could put it right at the current price, so it would take the trade immediately. Okay, let's see if I can do that. There, so it took the trade. So it's in the trade at 340. Okay. Now it took 1,475 shares because remember, it's going to buy $5,000 worth at the price. So if you divide, well, it's just simple math, okay? 1,475 times 340 equals $5,000. And it puts a stop at the low of the day. Now, at this point, you can always move your stop, okay, wherever you want it. I'll leave it there. I mean, again, this is just to show you how you can take a trade. Get used to taking trades. Practice. And of course, you can do it manually. As I said before, you can do it manually. You don't have to use the buy button. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares, the price you want to get in at, etc. And always have a stop, of course. The way I trade is I have like a checklist. Unless I can check everything, I won't take the trade. So I'm actually always looking for reasons not to take a trade. But even though I can check everything, and It doesn't matter what my checklist is. And Michael Noss, he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he'll keep preaching about having a business plan or a trading plan. Okay. And some will ask, well, what is your plan? He'll say, I'm not going to give it to you. You have to develop your own, and you can only develop your own. I'm a momentum trader. Okay. I didn't know I wanted to be a momentum trader when I first started out. Others might say, well, I hate playing momentum stocks that are, basically near the highs or the lows of the day. I'd much rather find stocks on pullbacks. That's fine. You have to find your niche and you stick with it. Okay, so Christophe, so you must be talking about an alert window. So if you click on that alert window, the question is, I create an alert and the voice repeats the stocks to me every 30 minutes. How do I deactivate this reminder? Please, okay? So if you right click on that alert window, go to properties, actions. I'm sorry, wrong one. Sorry, right click, properties, and don't repeat. Click on the don't repeat. So if you don't want to hear the symbol, I mean, 30 minutes is not bad, but okay, if you don't want to hear the symbol after the very first time, then this is you can check on the don't repeat symbol for. Now, this is a drop down menu. You've obviously got 30 minutes checked. But if you don't want to hear it, after the first time, then just check for a day. Okay. So again, right click, properties, go to the don't repeat. And then I guess you want to check for a day as opposed to 30 minutes. And then say okay, and then you're done. So the other aspect of trading, of course, is how much you're going to risk per trade. Now, you have a $5,000 account. I would hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, not so much in this click on the buy button, but when I take a simulated trade manually, I always like demonstrating risking $100 a trade. Okay. So if the trade doesn't work, the worst I'm going to do is lose $100. And that is always controlled by, where my stop is, my entry, subtracting the two, dividing that into 100, and that will share size me. So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. So when you say, is this live? How do I answer that? I'm live. I'm a live person, yes. Okay, one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, here I am back. So Mookie, do you have our premium service? Do you have access to the AI? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Question is, how do I set an alert for it? All right, so exactly the same way. This is what I would do is to access the AI. This is the window that I would use. Oh, I see, Toast. No, this is 100% live. So I would access the AI by clicking on New and then Premium AI's Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, and then this is the window that you'll see. After that, it's just a matter of following exactly the same ways. If you put price alerts on your alert windows, then just right click and then actions and then play the sound, check to play the sound, set up the sound. And if you've done it before, if you've set up an alert or a sound on an alert window, it's exactly the same way then. You can have text to speech if you want, or you use the custom sound and select. And then here are 3 folders that we've got with sound alerts in them. You can, look at them. If you click on monkey and open it, play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound is attached to the AI window. Okay. It's in the guide also. Okay. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Okay, yes, a confirmation. It will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room at noon. So when you say the swing trade alerts, Yama, are you talking about the ones that come out Sunday night? The 5 that come out Sunday night? What do you mean by how do I? Okay, good. So are you a subscriber? Do you have trade ideas as the program? Do you have trade ideas? Okay. So click on firmware toolbar, click on new, and then click on docked channel bar. And where it says swing picks. Ah, okay. Hey, excellent. So if you click on swing picks, there they are. These are the 7 that come. Well, you'll get them probably if you click on that channel Sunday night, you should see them. Okay. So again, click again new, and then dock channel bar, and then swing picks, and here they are. So this is the email that gets sent out. Not This email only gets sent out to people who only subscribe to these swing picks, okay? But this is, so it's all laid out. The other thing, Yama, I don't know if you've already done this, but I highly recommend that you take a look at the getting started section, okay? Now, if you've already, you may not have to go through everything. I mean, if you've already done your install and you've logged in. I just dropped my homepage link in, and if you click on it, just give me a moment. So if you click on it, please do the let's get started. If you haven't done this already, now again, you may not have to do everything because you may have already done your download and installation. Maybe you've got your first startup and login, but there are 10 videos and goes over, again, toolbar, right click magic, layout styles, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes. But again, if you've already done the first two, you don't have to do, you can just start wherever you want. But I would really, really recommend, creating a free floating layout, a dock layout, introduction to scans, building a top list window, a scan, building an alert window, scan, okay, introduction to charts. So I really recommend you do that if you just signed up today. Take the time, okay? And I'm sharing a lot of scans also. My homepage, if you go to the scan section, you'll see the scans that I'm sharing. You mean 802, but that's okay, JK. Not 1802. I looked at that, go, are you kidding me? Don't tell me it tacked on $10. Ooh, NXL. NXL. So this is a symbol name change or the initial pricing off. Okay, so this was actually an IPO. It really didn't do anything. NXL. Yeah, I don't know how interesting this is going to be. It's only got 3.8 million in the float, but yesterday's high was 193. Is at 182 now. The high of its IPO day was 295. This was not a great IPO. So look at the meds, okay? I mean, this has been choppy, but is meds now starting to turn around a bit? Look at that 15-minute chart. You've got two topping tails, a little one there. Maybe it's starting to turn around a little bit. I mean, the high was way up here around 150. So from 127 to 150, if it got anywhere close, that'd be a nice percentage move. So if this meets your trading style and plan, you might take a look at this MEDS. Just put a stop at the low here. So you have a very tight stop. This is not a recommendation to do it. It's just, but how to use this top list, sorry, this watch list and click on the symbols that you're seeing here. Look at like TCRT as an example. I mean, this, look at this. I mean, the room it's got is 374. Okay, you look left on that daily chart. I mean, that's the next high looking left. So if this can get going again, it's got some room. This is one of the better ones I've seen. Again, I'm not telling you to take the trade, but at least it's got some room until it hits the next high on a daily chart. And it won a couple of races early, but it probably is, but in the last little while, it's done nothing. But that's why this watch list that is created for you automatically is so powerful. From time to time, just click on it and, maybe put it at a certain, put a price alert or do something like this. Put the buy. I'll put the buy right at the high here and see if it takes out 280, it'll take the trade. Let's see if that gets it going. That's in the simulator. I mean, the thing is, just practice. See what happens. And I would take that stop. I mean, remember, the stop is automatically put at the low of the day, so I would just raise it. I mean, you'd never ever want to put a stop way down there. Will we ever be able to see more than 10 winners? Um, I don't know. Probably not. I think the whole idea is focus, Teddy. You want to focus. Companies really trying to get people to focus. I mean, I think 10 is plenty for the day because all these winners are not necessarily, look at SNTI. I mean, this is messy. I would do only, I think 10 is plenty. But if you're asking me ever, will they expand it? I mean, I can't answer that. Though I would think that the way the company is trying to get people to focus is no. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let me try to answer Mookie's question in our YouTube room. Yes. Yeah. So you make any change at all. You make any change at all. You know, if I change, this is a little dock I've got here. If I make a change in here, I will save. Yes, I will save. I will save it. Save or share to cloud. I will save it. Yes. Any change at all, you have to save it. I mean, when you say the entire, I mean, it's pretty simple. You just click on the header, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay, so the question was, if I make a change in like anything in the doc, you know, do I have to save the entire doc? Yes. But that's, you know, it's simple enough to do. Now, I always, as good practice though, I always save individual windows. Okay, so in free floating, before I put them into a doc, I usually save individual windows also. But yes, I mean, good practice, you know, you save the thing to the doc so it's the latest version of the doc. Everything is in there. All right, guys, getting set for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over there, listen to Michael and tell you how you must have a trading plan. $15. I'm going 15. So because I won't be listening to him perfect, I usually tune in about 20 minutes before the hour. So I'll let you jot it down. Don't tell him, but I always kid him about it. All right, guys. So again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Should be any moment now. Better get my announcement in. Yeah, so if you go to my homepage, talking to somebody in the YouTube room, so go to my homepage, and there's Michael. Just give me a moment, Michael. I'm just helping somebody here in a YouTube room.
Mm-hmm.
Go to my homepage, okay? Click on that link, and so if you click on the link, And then where it says, let's get started, okay, getting started with trade ideas, click on that link. And those are the 10 short videos. Okay. It's also in the user guide. If you click on the educations, okay, you got it. Great. All right, Michael. Hey, listen, Michael, I have one question for you regarding all the stuff that you do in the Market Explorer.
Yes, sir.
For instance, the 10 SMA play. That's a good
Mm-hmm.
example. Are you using pre-market data at all?
For that one, no, because it was
Okay.
specifically requested. So that was Steve's idea. We can, depending on the individual plays. So it has the ability to do pre-market and post-market. It's just because they're all encompassed. They're not really. I don't even like the word scan for these. These are almost like trading strategies. Is I think a better way to look at them. And
Right.
so wherever the strategy is created, that's kind of what we're doing with it. So for example, the Zacks money flow index
Mhm.
scans are in there now as well.
I didn't
Uh,
see them. You mean the 1 minute, the
yeah,
1 minutes? I
overbought,
didn't.
oversold, 1 minute.
Um,
They're in there. So
I see money
select,
flow index. I don't
yeah.
see them, Michael.
So under that, you should see at the very bottom here. I'll just let me do this. I don't even know if you can see when I share. Oh, I can see your window, but it's really small. Yeah, so go to money flow index for this that
Okay.
sub menu.
Yes. And
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't
Oh,
see them
have you restarted trade ideas today?
every day.
Weird. Okay, there's something going on. And you're not on a test server or anything like that?
No, no.
Because yeah, I'll you know, I know you believe me, but yeah, they're on mine. I can prove it. But yeah,
Well, let me make
there's
sure. Connection, yeah, primary, just on the primary.
maybe try maybe you oh, that's the thing. So he does these updates early in the morning. So if you turned on if you turn on trade ideas too early, it may have been there. So maybe worth just resetting it. But yeah, so if I go select strategy and I go to money flow index, I see the same ones you do, and then I have these two at the bottom, overbought and oversold. And these are the conditions that Zach requested that are out there for
Right.
everybody.
Okay. Now, because I start at about 7:30 Eastern time. It was 4:30 my time that I turned it on, so it was 7:30 Eastern. So maybe it was after that that it got updated. But I did a reset.
Maybe
It didn't show up either on the reset, so that's
you
okay.
have to completely close down and open up
Yeah.
the software. So maybe
Okay.
tomorrow. There's some issues going on as well. I'm trying to get a hold of Dave for. So but it's just weird because some of the changes came through because you have the new sub menu bar, which is way better looking, way cleaner.
Hmm.
But yeah, you're still missing some of those as well, right? So
Okay.
cool. But
Okay, my friend.
go to the pub.
I'll let you take off, or I'll let you take over now. And I'll probably talk to you about 5 minutes before.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Okay.
Okay, now that the teacher's gone, just what we do here for people who are new is each and every day take an hour off, give Barry some much needed time. He goes to the pub, he has about 17 beers. Um, and we just talk about trade ideas. So we're technically here for support, so we can help you out with whatever questions that you need. When it comes to trade ideas, usually it evolves into some sort of chat about trading, which is fine as well. Everyone that you see kind of front facing with trade ideas trades their own money as well. So we all have our own kind of different way we go about doing things. So whatever you guys want to talk about, just ask away. I always like the questions because the more questions, the less I ramble on about just random kind of stuff. Um, So yeah, so there's been a bunch of, I guess, just to introduce myself, my name is Michael Noss, and I'm a chartered market technician, and I'm a quantitative trader. So it means I use charts, but I ignore news and fundamentals and all that kind of stuff, and um, use statistics. So I want anything that I do to have some type of, kind of provable type of statistical advantage before I will take a trade. Right? I just don't buy something because I don't know. I read it in a textbook or some asshole on Twitter or something said something about it. So trust. Okay. Cool. All right. So questions, the more questions, the less I waffle on about whatever, which if I have to do any waffling, will probably be about all of the new additions to the Market Explorer. There's been a ton and they've been fantastic. So the first question is what does an indicator tell you? In my opinion, not much. That's why you don't see me use indicators on the screen, but they can be part of a written and tested trading plan. So if you have a trading plan in which it includes an indicator and you've done your kind of your tests and all of that type of stuff, then that's great, right? So just include that in it. Other than that, all indicators are just derived off price and volume. So what does the money flow say? None of these say anything. They're just data exports. So the money flow index is just an oscillator that just talks about, let me bring it up here. It basically just talks about, or it shows overbought and oversold conditions based off of price and volume. So for every down day, it kind of adds the volume of that down day to try to see how much volume was done in that down day. And if it was more than average, it will push this down. If it works less than average, it will push it up. So the idea, some people may read it and say if we're over or under a certain value, then that's going to be a buy or sell signal on the money flow index. People use divergences for it. But again, there is the one thing I say over and over again, no magic. There's no indicator out there that in and of itself will just make you a millionaire based off the indicator alone. If there was, why would they ever publish them for free? So yeah, it's just a way to say, hey, this stock might be a little bit overdone for now because there's been a lot of selling volume recently. Maybe it's worth a buy. But with everything, it's got to be part of a written and tested trading plan, kind of combined with other things. What is included in the TI strength? So TI strength, for those who don't know, we'll make this a free floating window, is just a scan here. It's a back tested algorithm in which right here that includes a bunch of different indicators. To answer one of your questions, this is technical only. I don't include fundamental analysis when I did the back testing because quite honestly, when I did include fundamental analysis, it actually hurt the performance of the overall algorithm, which I don't think. Well, I was going to say it doesn't shock anyone. It doesn't shock me. Maybe it does shock some traders out there. But basically, the technicals tell the story well enough that you don't need the fundamentals with it. Now, what's included in it, I certainly can't answer all of that because it's a proprietary algorithm. But it's a combination of a bunch of different indicators, mainly for the purpose to detect trend direction. So this chart that you'll see on the bottom of my screen basically shows the performance in blue of the overall thing that I'm looking at. And then in pink, this is the S&P 500. So What this is attempting to do is finding things that are in nice, solid uptrends, and you'll see that everyone, pretty much everyone, year to date, which is what this chart is looking at, is just beating the pants off of the S&P 500, right? So, I can click on any of these randomly. That's a buyout. Anytime you just FYI for people who don't know, anytime you see range get that tight, that means that the company's a buyout. I don't even need to look it up, and I know it is. But like, if I click on this, right, end phase is up 69% so far this year. Nice. And the S&P 500 is down. So you can see the nice kind of linear. Let me get out my pen. I always forget to get out my pen early. For some reason, this app takes forever to load. Right, so you can see the nice, solid, orderly uptrend for end phase all year, and then this horrible downtrend with the overall market. So the idea is that we want to constantly be investing in things that are in uptrends and that are outperforming the market. And when they stop being in uptrends and outperforming the market, we want to get out. So perfect example I always give is back during the pandemic, kind of in this area, Peloton, Zoom. I actually like Zoom better as an example. Peloton was on this algorithm, but so was Zoom. And the reason for that is we all know what happened in March of 2020, right? The market took a complete and utter nosedive, right? So without having to go back on this chart, this is what the SPY looked like in March of 2020. And then from there, you can see that this thing didn't, right? So Zoom actually moved up in March of 2020. So that relative outperformance put it on the scanner, and we all know what happened to Zoom next. It went insane. But the reason I give these as examples is when they stop being in uptrends, which for Zoom was probably somewhere in this area, it's time to get out and move on. And then it does this. And the difference between people that are trend followers and people that are buy the dippers is, right, a trend follower would get involved in Zoom while it was in an uptrend. Not necessarily, they didn't need to get it at 80, but even if you got it 150, even if you got it 200, even if you got it 300, if you're following the direction of the trend, then things work out for you. And then the people who have been hoping that this thing will come back continue to tanking. And same with Peloton and DraftKings and a bunch of those pandemic plays. Again, the idea is simple, right? Everything you'll see from the TI strength alerts are going to be in a nice sustained uptrend. The higher the score just means more of the indicators that are within it, which again, I can't give out the secret sauce, but it's a lot of is it above all the major moving averages that everyone watches, right? MACD, for example, is a trend following indicator. Is that pointing up? All of that stuff, right? So it's all kind of pointing as well. Sorry, I'm just reporting that people are seeing. Oh, wait, that might actually be, I may have be completely talking out my butt. Maybe I didn't turn them. There is something going on with the Market Explorer for the 1-minute ones, but did I? Yeah, that was me. Okay. Don't tell Barry, but I was wrong. Let's do that. Let's turn it for all. Then let's do this, and we'll make it all. There we go. So they should be there tomorrow. That's why I could see them and no one else could. So that makes sense. Is there a way to see a screener? I downloaded you guys. Has a description of the next resistance. I went to configure it and couldn't find what I need to replicate that description. That would all just be in our help doc. So this is where I don't know what you mean by next resistance, but I think that's just something that comes from alert windows. But if you go to our user guide, it's a very nice comprehensive guide for kind of absolutely everything that's there. So just start with whatever window you're looking at, click on that, and then zoom in individually from there. Yeah, Teddy. So I think I fixed that. I think that was something that was just a setting on my end that may have been better now. Hi, Mike. Good day. Does TI Strength keep the leading fives at the top of the table? Well, it's way more than five, right? You have all of these leading ones, but this updates in real time. I know we've been through this before, so I don't, not for you to repeat this because you've asked this question before, but for everyone else, the ones that are sent out via email are the top five as of Friday, but those change second by second, minute by minute, right? So again, the point of this is to always find what or what is in the strongest trend based off the indicators at that specific time. So it updates every, few seconds. Some new scans that are in the Market Explorer, ones that I'm really, really liking. We need to, obviously, there's this weird bug where they're not refreshing, but I'm sure we'll get that fixed soon, is a handful of support and resistance scans you can see down here, where we're trying to, I've basically trying to build support and resistance algorithms, which is really, really friggin' hard to do. And it's something that a lot of, probably none, if any, other scanners have access to, because it you need to do some pattern recognition, and it's a bit of a pain. But the more I play with it, the more I learn, and the more I can teach the system, the cooler stuff we can get with this. So this one that I have up here is just called pullback to resistance. This is my favorite play on earth. And essentially, it's looking for a resistance zone, which would be right here, that's been broken and now is either pulling back to or basing right above. The idea being, and it's called polarity in technical analysis, but we know all the time that prior support areas turn into resistance areas, and prior resistance areas turn into support areas. And it's just kind of something that happens, because price has memory, people put stop loss orders at resistance. There's just a whole bunch of reasons that I can go into if people are interested, but I don't want to bore anyone. But again, if there is one setup that I could trade forever, it would be this one right here. And is looking for one that looks super clean. So like Hood, for example, right? $10 was a major resistance zone. It spent, 2 or 3 weeks trying to get through it. It broke out. You could either, FOMO into the trade and chase it up, or when it comes back to 10, I'm watching this one here actually specifically, because if we can start to push off this zone, then I can just put my stop right under this candle, knowing that this was a prior resistance zone that's acting as support. And you can get some really good low risk entries, which is, it's what it's all about, trying to get the lowest risk entry point so you can size up as much as possible without, taking any more additional risk. So that one's there. It's prior resistance, or pullback to prior resistance is the name of it. Some really good looking names on it. Like this, another one that I'm watching. If we have a hammer here today, I might actually pick some up on the close. But you can see we had this resistance zone right here. It broke out of, and then it pulled back to. So, right, if we close like this, then I could just buy on the close. My stop goes below that hammer candle. And if we're going to continue the uptrend, then I nailed a pullback for sure. Another one, just using the support and resistance. So we have, wait, why is that copying this one? That might be an issue too. At resistance. Okay, that changed. That's weird. Yeah, so this one is just as it's talking about. So using the same stuff with the resistance zone. I don't know if I'm gonna just give you a little, I'm gonna put a little bit of time out there. I think you might have been typing somewhere that you didn't think. You didn't think you were. I don't want you to expose anything by accident. Looked like someone was having a conversation there by accident. But yeah, this one just shows stocks at a resistance zone. We have intraday versions of these. They're a little bit glitchy right now, so the devs are looking at that for me. Hopefully, will be fixed in the next day or so. But just know for now, we have the daily and the longer term ones. But yeah, this one, is simply that. So it's looking for stocks at a resistance zone. So if you're a revision to the mean type trader, you could look for a short there. If you're a breakout trader, and what I've been doing a lot of them is when I identify them, just setting a price alert, saying, okay, so if LPTA, right, we can see on my bottom chart how much better this is doing than the market recently. And it's just hanging out near resistance. So that's exactly what I want to see. If we can kind of pop through there, that's fantastic. And lots and lots of different scanners for that. And what's about KPR? Same type of thing, right? You'll just find stocks, just kind of clicking these randomly that are just hanging out at prior resistance zone. So there's Tesla. It's hanging out at resistance there. Maybe a little kind of cup and handle look. So potentially. The other thing I always look at is there's the SPY and there's Tesla. So there's some relative strength to Tesla going on. STNE, right? Hanging out near this $10 resistance. So that's a cool one. We also have, and these all came through last night. So there's just a ton of them. So I'm kind of testing them at the same time. We have a longer term version of the breakout retest. I think I like this one even better. Oh no, nothing new for today. That's fine. Oh no, it wouldn't be. Right? So CLH, you can see I marked this one. This one is great for kind of a longer term type of play. This one kind of pulled, it's like 115. That was a big issue. And then you can see now it's bouncing off that 115. So, right, just again, love this setup. If it was just a clean kind of a setup, then that's something that would be interesting if it breaks out of. Just, clearing off the support zone. What else? GTY looks great. Right. So again, all I'm doing is I'm looking for what are major resistance zones that the stocks got through and then started to pull back to. Again, just a great setup. So we've got, again, that for the short term and long term intraday chart. Soon we'll be spanning these out to intraday. Right at support is, simply what you'd think it was. Let's do the shorter term one. Where it's just looking for stocks that are sitting near a support zone. It's funny. Sometimes you can see at support and at resistance at the same time, and it will just be kind of channeling. But the idea of this is just to find names that are hanging out right at a support zone. So again, if you're looking for pullbacks into uptrends, then that's great. So if you think that QSR maybe is struggling with this 60 area and you're looking for a breakdown, you can just set a price alert or put in a stop limit or something to place the trade. Um, again, this is more or less, you might be able to tell, maybe not, how excited I am for these, because this is more or less how I trade. Right, I'm a price action trader. I don't really look at indicators very much at all. I just look at, okay, what's the price telling me? What's the story that the buyers and sellers are painting? So for XENE, for example, the story that I'm getting is that 35 was a major level that there was a lot of sellers at. Now that it broke through that, those sellers have kind of turned to buyers. Maybe they were shorting XENE here at 35. And when it broke through, they go, okay, well, now I need to get out of my position. So every time it gets near 35, there seems to be buyers. So I'm, full disclosure, I'm actually in some of this name already. And I think I've gotten a pretty good price hanging out right near this zone. So if things continue from here, that's great. And if not, I just know that I can play off this 35 area. So one of the easiest ways to play, I don't really like the term easy, but the point just simply being, if you can find an area where there's a bunch of buyers and you can join them and then leave when they leave. So VRTX is something that I own as well. And the idea will simply be with VRTX, as long as it stays over 280, I'll be in it. If we break under 280, it's time for me to go. So then if we get a continuation in this uptrend, I'm in about I think about 285. So I own it at 285. I'm risking to kind of 280. So $5 a share. If this thing gets to 300, well, then I'm up 3 times my risk. If it keeps going, maybe, 5, 10 times my risk. And that's the nature of it. That's the only thing I look for, is how do I just get multiple times my risk. Which of those am I using? Where am I placing stops on those? So when I personally play support and resistance, I pick the level that's interesting to me. I'll put out so let's use VRTX for example. I'll put a worst case stop, maybe below this swing low, just to maybe give it a little wiggle room. But basically, what I generally do is just look on a closing basis, right? So if we close below 280, I'll be out. And then if we start to bounce off it again, I can buy back in. But I would rather uh, be involved right down here. And then if we get a close below that area, and the reason for it, and it's actually, I think it's probably a little clearer with XENE. You can see if I carefully draw these lines right here, you can see, right, we dipped a little bit below, but we have all these bottoming tails and we dipped below that yesterday. So for this, it would be if we closed below this line, that's where I would exit. So For my swing trading, I'm just looking at a closing by closing basis. Now, these support and resistance plays, again, they're just a bit wonky right now, but they'll be fixed, I'm sure, soon. We have 1-minute versions that we're playing with. So, um, this beacon, for example, there should be way more than this here is kind of the issue. But this beacon, if you're an intraday trader, there's the same kind of thing going on. It's detecting this support around the $6 area. So if you're bullish on this name, it's up 12% today. That looks like a weed leaf, so it's probably in the marijuana play. But right, the algorithm's detecting support around $6. So if you picked up some here at 618, you may just say, okay, if I get a 5-minute close below, or whatever candle you're on. So if we do like a 5-minute, right? If you say, okay, if I get a 5-minute close below 6, then I'll be out. XOP, it's seeing an area there. You can spot it right here. It's saying here's some support that the algorithm's noticing. So, right, I don't know if I don't even think I have my sim adjusted, but let's trade this one live. And let's go XOP. So we'll trade it live in the sim. And we'll just buy it. Just give it to me. Right. So I may put a worst case stop. And the reason I put a worst case stop is just to say, hey, if it does something crazy, then I'll definitely be out. Let's get a little more than that. But then what I'll do is I'll watch it, and I've got the 2-minute chart up, and just say, hey, if there's a 2-minute close below the support area that it's detecting, which is going to be right here, that's where I'll buy some. And what was the other one that we? It's gone. See, that's the thing, and that they shouldn't be disappearing. It should just be adding to it. So resistance not showing anything. So again, we'll get these squared away for sure. And then yeah, for the at support, we've got short term and long term. So if I go back to my daily chart here, right, you'll see these things are kind of at longer term support. So DCP, right, it's kind of detecting these highs here and saying this is at kind of a longer term resistance zone. So again, if you're a more of a fade trader or a channel trader, they call it, then you can play that. Right, if you're more of a breakout style trader, like TRQ is saying, okay, here's some resistance going back for a while, right in this zone. Maybe if we get through that, you can get a little breakout. So that's the beauty of highlighting support and resistance, is that you can both, you determine, okay, yes, there is a level there. And again, the beauty of trading this kind of style is all you really know is, yes, there's a level there in which traders are interested in this security. I keep using different examples instead of just sticking on one. Just FYI, because I'm testing these as well. I did a lot of testing in the shorter term, but I just want to make sure that in the longer term that these things are working, kind of like I want them to, right? DXJ, Japan. So a lot of these look good. So this EMPL, right? You're seeing, okay, it's at this, there's this long-term resistance right over here. And it's fairly close with this. This is a fund, energy infrastructure. So, take that as you will. But again, if you're a resistance player, or if you're a long-term breakout player, then you just set an alert at 29 and say, okay, if we break out at 29, that's where I'm interested in it, and I'll buy some of that. If you're more of a fade trader, or not necessarily even fade, but there's just people who are just straight support and resistance players. They buy support zones and sell resistance zones, simply because of the risk arbitrage, right? If you're buying something right? If you're buying something that's moving up like this and you're just buying it right here, you don't really have a logical place for your stop than other than right here. But you know, say it's doing this and you buy it down here, then you know your stop is very tight. So what happens generally, and this is what you have to be okay with if you're trading that kind of, buy support, sell resistance style, is that you're going to get wickled out a lot, right? That's why I say I need closing bases to get out. But, you're going to get ticked out a lot. They're going to push it through support and take you out, and then they're going to flip it. And that's going to happen a lot. And you just have to kind of accept that that's just the game, and that's the way it works. But what you get in return, if you're shorting in this area, so you're shorting at 28 or 27.50, and this is again the longer term one we're looking at, and you're going to say, okay, I'm going to risk to 29. You got to know that the probabilities that they pop it up there might be pretty high, but this is your resistance. If we even go back to test this zone right here, you're talking 4 or 5 times your risk, right? So that's the nature of trading. You're always trading a probability of success, and then risk reward is something as well, right? There's a question here. When you make your own dock and then go to the top like that and save the cloud, do you check every box you want included? No. So if I save this just like it is on default, when it comes up, I don't have to do anything to it. I can just click save. And then this is how confident I am in it. I'll close that down. And then we'll go and we'll load that up. And you can see it'll be right right where it was. So you don't have to mess with it. Sorry, I just want to anchor this into the right day. But yeah, so you just click save to cloud and then just hit save right away. You don't need to check any of the boxes. I think the reason you can check those boxes is you can include more scans in. So when I loaded this dock, if I also wanted to load in some other scans that maybe weren't in the dock but are in this layout, I can tick those off and they can go from there. So first of all, don't say sorry, right? We're here for an hour just to answer your questions, right? So how you access these is you go in your window, you hit new and Market Explorer window. If you don't see a Market Explorer window, you're on just an older version. And when you open it up, this is what you get right away. So I always suggest, hey, click on the user guide button. That's right there. And the beauty of it is it will give you some videos and it will give you some written explanation. So you'll be an incredibly handsome dude will pop up here in a second. Ooh, right in my ears. I hate my own voice. And then you can go through and it just kind of explains what the Market Explorer is, what we're trying to get out of it, that type of thing, how to access it, and how to change your scans. But then also, it's kind of cool. You get a little text explanation and a video for each and every scan, right? So here's the RSI divergence scanner, and then here's me talking about the RSI divergence scanner, and then here's actually me on Trader TV where I did a presentation on the RSI divergence scanner. Jesus, this must have been Halloween last year. Right, so you get a little bit of explanation. Now, there's some that I don't have the explanation to yet. I'll get there. Just, these are new, basically. But yeah, you get little explanations for each scan because, again, the point of this is we want to make it so that These scans are kind of built-in trading systems in and of themselves, right? So each one will explain kind of what we're looking at, and all of that, right? So the MACD, this is what we're looking for. It's one of those things, right? So yeah, more of these videos and everything to come. And again, the plan is we're just going to keep expanding this out. So the beauty of them. So sorry, I was mid explanation there. Um, New. So Market Explorer window, and then you just right click anywhere in the blue, and then you go to select strategy. So how we have this set up now, thankfully, for people who've been using this for a long time, you'll know this was a bit disjointed. But what I'm doing is as I'm building a scan that has something to do with an indicator, it's going to be under that indicator section, right? So for relative strength, right now we only have the RSI divergences. I'll start to build more kind of things in with that soon. Again, this is going to be, if you don't see a scan that interests you now, leave up the Market Explorer and go check on it every few days, because about every few days I pop in another couple scans. Right? Candlestick patterns, for example. Here's your 3-line strikes, your abandoned babies. You can go down to support and resistance, and this is where you're finding the scans I'm talking about now. These are all brand new scans. Anchored VWAP scans are coming soon, which I'm super excited to look at. So yeah, so these are all the ones that I'm talking about currently, but that's how you find them right in here. And the beauty of them is that's it. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to tweak them. We already make sure that they have enough volume in order to be tradable for the time frame that we're looking at, all of that stuff. Um, so that's where you find them at. Trading patterns exist in the market. Which is your favorite? Again, I love playing support and resistance. My trading philosophy is incredibly simple. You find something in an uptrend. You find a way to get involved in that uptrend. There's two major ways to get involved in the uptrend. You either buy a breakout of a new high, you try to buy a pullback into support or some variation of that, and then you try to ride the trend until it ends. I'm a very simple guy. So I like a lot of these, especially these new ones that we built. I like the support, for example, daily short term, right? CALX, for example, right? You don't need to be a CMT to know that this thing is now currently in an uptrend. It's pulled back into support in this uptrend. So I want to get involved somewhere in this level. I want to, get out if it's no longer in an uptrend, and I want to ride that thing until the uptrend stops. That's all there is to it. That's my philosophy anyway. You have to develop your own, of course, but so between the support resistance scans, the 10 SMA plays, there's tons and tons of trend following systems in there as well, right? Show me save on default again. Yeah, you just right click, save and share to cloud, do absolutely nothing, and just click save, and it will go from there. So I always recommend doing that. And then I also recommend that every time you close trade ideas from closing from the main bar here, which is how you should close trade ideas, it will give you a prompt and it will say, hey, do you want to save your current layout? You click yes, because then you have not only a cloud version, but a local version. Cloud versions are all often better simply because when if something happens, right? And I've had like hard drives just implode on computers before, and everything that had a cloud save version, I was super happy that it did, because I could just, right, just finally, right, there's a lot of stuff I had to reset up and everything, but the ones that had cloud save versions were great because it would just go. It's one of the reasons why I'm such a Mac nerd as well, is because built into Mac OS, it has like cloud saves for a lot of things. It's like if you ever break your iPhone and you buy a new one, they can just say, "Oh, is this a new iPhone?" And they just set it up just like your old. So, but the benefit is that whenever you close trade ideas, again, close from the main bar here, and it gives you that prompt to save it, and then when you go to reopen it, it will open from that save. So that's important as well. Just it makes life a little easier when it opens up every morning, kind of exactly as you closed it, right? All right, you guys hear me okay? Someone can just confirm. I was fiddling with my mic and it got unplugged. Okay, I see a little menu there now, so that's good. So I think I'm good now. Yeah, sure thing. So to find the support and resistance scanners, you just go trade ideas, you hit new, and then go to Market Explorer window. Right, that will open up a window with this kind of blue type background. From there, you just right click, and under Select Strategy, you can see right there support and resistance. Go check out all these. There's tons and tons of different scans, and again, there will be more if you're the strat guy. We've got some of those, and we're going to build those out. I do need a champion within the strat community. So if you're interested in doing that, which means A, teaching me the strat, and B, going to other strat communities and saying, hey, look at this awesome trade idea scanner that we have, certainly hit me up on Twitter. I'll post my Twitter in a second. But yeah, we have these are all the support and resistance scans right here under the support and resistance ones. I will just say the daily ones, the 1 minute ones, are a bit wonky right now, but the dev community knows that, and they're going to look at fixing those for me fairly soon. Right, we have IPO scanners that I love these, but with tons and tons of different things for the money flow index, moving averages, MACDs, right, whatever you want. And again, always growing. Right, what I spend my day doing here at Trade Ideas when I'm not doing presentations or helping you guys out in support and things like that is I get to because I absolutely love it, research trading strategies and then build them into the system. So that's kind of what I'm just doing all day, every day. I get to go look at, what's what are the kids doing today for their trading strategy, and then I just build it in. So it's awesome. Sometimes I agree with the trading strategy and I make it part of my own. Sometimes I don't, and I just still build it in for people who like it. Definitely one of those things where it's all about everyone has something that they like that's different from something else. So our goal is to put them in, and then again, it makes them beautiful that you don't customize that kind of thing. You don't need to do anything to it. So thanks. Don't worry at all, Peter. That's why we're here. And again, we're here an hour every day at 1. No, that's my time. At 1 my time, at noon Eastern. And we're here for an hour. And the beauty of it's a different trader every day. So if you don't agree with my style, which is more of a swing price action style, there'll be somebody here tomorrow who will have their own way of trading, and the next day, and they'll have their own way of trading. So you always get the ability to go, okay, let me find the style that makes the most sense to me and go from there. And then, right, if you're um, a super scalper intraday type of person, you've got Barry here kicking ass and taking names all day, every day. So Other than the highest weighted stocks in the dollars, what are the big influencers in the S&P 500? Well, that would basically be it. And again, they're all, one doesn't influence the other, right? The they all influence each other. So what I mean by that is that the VIX doesn't influence the S&P 500. The S&P 500 also influences the VIX, right? They all happen, incredibly quickly in a way that kind of makes sense, right? So uh, basically, there are algorithms and AI bots that are trading sub 1 second, so a way that you can't find. Um, there's no way to um, front run any of these things because they're so super quick. But when the SPY ticks down, they'll tick up the VIX, that type of thing, right? So the VIX is obviously the amount of put contracts that are put on the SPY. Every time there's a put contract bought, that will have an effect on the price. So again, these are all, they all affect each other, right? If only there was this is going to move, therefore I can take this trade. That would be so great because it'd be super easy. Unfortunately, those days are long gone. How do I make it 2 columns instead of 3 instead of 1 for the single stock window? It just adjusts based off your size, right? So if I shrink this down, you see it goes to 1 column. If I expand it way out, it goes to 3. So it's basically just the size of the window that will determine how many columns that it has. Where do I find explanations for each signal in the Market Explorer? So 2 ways. One is when you open a new Market Explorer window, and this might be the quickest, is it gives you this little prompt right here for the user guide. All right, you click on that, and it will just launch a website, and you will have any, these explanations that will come up. You'll have access to a little diagram, a little tiny video, and then if I've ever presented it anywhere, then I will include that. You can also just get it by going to our user guide. You can just go help and then user guide, and that will also open a website. And then you go to Market Explorer down here, and you click on that, and that brings you to the same page. So that's the other way to do it. So also, I guess I can skip the middleman, and I can just do this, can I? So there it is. So yeah, you could bookmark that. Anything that, again, there's a bunch that I have added that I've not had time to make videos for. That is on the docket for tomorrow. And I'm actually, as I'm saying this, I'm writing in my little to-do book that I always keep next to me to do videos for new scans.
Michael,
Barry, I was about to
I
answer.
am extremely upset with you.
Uh-oh.
Really, really ticked off with you, Michael. We had the over under on how many times you were going to mention you must have a business plan or something like that. I had the over under at 15. I've
Oh,
been
I was
listening for the
way
last
under that this time.
I've been listening for the last, I don't know, 25 minutes. You haven't mentioned it once. So
Oh,
I'm very upset with you.
I definitely did once or twice.
Well,
So
not since I've been listening. Maybe when you started, but I thought it was a lock over 15.
no, there was
Normally it is.
so much new cool stuff. I was going over these new scans, these support and resistance ones that are
Hmm.
my favorite that I have ever built by a country mile. That we were talking so much about the program that we didn't really talk about anything. And just David, real quick, where it was talking about when the Market Explorer is going to be in the web version. I don't want to give you a date because that would be mean, but it's going to come fairly soon. It's, I talked to Dave, who's kind of our lead dev, and I said, listen, this has got to be the lowest hanging fruit to get in there, right? It's not it's not visually crazy. It's all done server side. It should be pretty easy to get up there. So they agreed. Again, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means a few weeks or longer, but um, I would hope fairly soon. There's a lot of cool web stuff coming for sure.
Well, it's like the web-based version of our races. I mean, is that which we basically have right now?
Yeah, and I don't think they mind us talking about this, and if they do, it's just what us and like 100 of our
Well, I'm
closest friends.
demonstrating it. I'm
But
showing them the web-based version of our races right now. No, not
well,
not on the web.
so there's that
On
XOP that I took this trade live with the guys off that new support play scanner. Loving it. But so basically what we've done here so this is basically a website, and I'm sure you know this, Barry, but just for the other people, this is basically like a mini website that's running within our app. The game plan for Trade Ideas is to replace everything you see with a mini website that's running in the app. So for people who have it downloaded, they won't see any difference, right? It's just, everything will just, like, the chart will be a mini website running in an app, that type of thing. The benefit of that is that because they're all mini websites running in an app, it means that they could run on the web, and they could also run on different operating systems. So, this isn't a within the next few days or weeks kind of thing, but as we migrate everything over into a web version, then we can then push it to the web and also push it down so that Mac nerds like me are finally going to get some love from this company, and maybe even mobile, that type of thing. So, um, you know, hopefully, I want them to put the Market Explorer in the web version that we have now. But the idea is to have that kind of expand out, and the whole thing is basically like a downloaded web version, and then it will work on everything. That's the hope, anyway. But
Hey, Michael, I did hear my ears were burning as you keep labeling me this intraday scalper guy. But in all seriousness, of all of the MEs that you've done, which would you recommend for a guy
see,
like me? I mean, I got the 10 SMA up. I mean, it gives me the look. I mean, I know what it's looking for. I'm still not 100% sure I know how to trade it, just because it hits into the 10 SMA. Now what do I do? But because I'm not a great pullback player. But is there any other one or two that you would recommend a person like me to try?
when they are fixed, because they're a bit buggy right now, and it's just because I launched them today. I'm working with Dave to try to fix them up. My favorite are the at support and at resistance ones, um, and they are doing just that. They're showing stocks and they're fairly liquid, so that might not be your thing. But like Target, for example, is in it, and it's just saying, "Hey, this stock is just hanging out at support."
Hmm.
Um, and it will be the same with resistance plays. So, like Humana, for example, right? This thing's pulling back down to support. So you can do with what you want, right? And again, this is not for you, Barry, but for the other people. When something's at support, you can either uh, buy it and, as a fade and use that support zone as your out, or you can set a price alert or do whatever, a stop limit, and take it as it breaks support. At resistance should be doing the same thing. So I know that mRNA earlier, it showed up like kind of right in this zone about 132 right here. And when it broke that, it quickly moved like a buck and then pulled back and then broke that again. So when these are done, I would highly recommend those. I absolutely
Okay.
love them just because they're it's just the way I'm not and I don't think you are very much either, Barry, but I'm just not an indicator guy. So these are great to say, here is a well-determined area of either support or resistance that I can play off of, right? Target, for example, now that I brought up that chart, I'm actually thinking of buying some just for a day trade if it holds this area. It looks like it might not be, but if it holds this area, you could pick some up at what's this 159.50 roughly, and just get out immediately if it breaks that support it's been holding now for a while. And if you're right and it bounces to 160 or so, that ends up being a great trade.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on those, and you let me know when you say they're so-called fixed, as you call it. They're
Yeah,
not
they
working the way you want them to right now.
no, they should be showing way more data, and they should be working alert style. So then this is another thing. So in my last conversation, I know your limitation with the Market Explorer is the kind of sounds and
Yes.
alerts. That's getting looked at too.
Okay.
We're going to create a alert window version of the Market Explorer, and it will have the ability to use our audio alerts
Oh,
and
cool.
everything
Okay.
as well. And then eventually, a races based off of Market Explorer would be super interesting.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Which I would love, because a lot of these are set up for swing trading. So you could, for example, say, okay, on the longer term charts, because we have a lot of these support and resistance plays, which are things that I'm doing for day trades as well. But if I'm looking for stocks like Hood, right? So I was talking to the guys. I like Hood as long as it can stay over $10 on a swing trading basis. So, but I have to go through and scan each of those. If I could pipe this into a races and it's just showing me stocks that are at support on the daily chart, but are moving off that level in kind of a race format, I think that would be a super cool way
Oh, yeah, I like that. Yeah, for
to
sure.
use them for swing traders or day traders, right? If there's a
Yeah, excellent.
well-defined daily support zone and it's moving off that and it's showing good relative strength, you can buy that up and away you go.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Michael, I'll take over if you want. I'll
Cool.
see you in about an hour, I guess,
Yes,
at our
sir.
marketing meeting.
I will see
Okay,
you
I'll
there.
just take over the stream.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Okay, you bet. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. And hey, Zach, the MFI scan is actually, if you load trade ideas tomorrow, Michael says it's actually there. Okay. The problem is I loaded trade ideas a little early, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 my time. And the two that the money flow index, the two on the one and the 1 minute short and long, he sees them because he loaded trade ideas later on. So I guess what happened is when I loaded trade ideas this morning, it hadn't updated it yet. And the reason I don't want to reload trade ideas because I don't want to lose all my races, all the my top 10. I don't want to lose that. Otherwise, I would just do it. But I'm pretty sure that you will see it certainly tomorrow. Okay. And I'm interested. I'll take a look at these at those MIF or MFI. And what did he call them again? Man, I gotta scroll through a whole bunch of posts. Not sure where it is. Here it is. Yeah. He calls it MFI overbought 1 minute and MFI oversold 1 minute. Okay. So it's showing up for him and it could show up for you if you click. I don't know what time you actually load it. Well, he sees them though, Teddy. He sees them. So, and he says that I should have, but I may have loaded trade ideas earlier than, well, I loaded mine at 7:30. It's possible that those changes happened afterwards. Anyway, certainly by tomorrow. They aren't there? Okay, well then that confirms it. Okay. It's interesting that he can see them because he's not on any other build. Okay. Ooh, ribbon. I saw this ribbon right around here, right on that break around 270. So RBBN. Hmm. So what is the market doing? So the Dow's down quite a bit, SPY's down quite a bit, NASA's, yeah. So we really haven't had a rally. Yeah, it will be available for all, Zach. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what. Well, you just keep hammering at him. Tell him, okay, when you say it needs some work, just tell him, well, please do this, please do that. Well, there you go. Pete W's. Oh, but wait a minute. No, but does it say overbought? Does it say overbought and oversold? Yeah, there is one MFI 1 minute, but it's not the one I'm talking about. Yeah, we're not talking about that 1 minute there. Okay. So market maker always sunny Frank. Understand that we're a long ways off scanning options like, the strike price and all that sort of stuff, okay? I mean, we may have some, I don't know, maybe some other option filters that you can think of, the ones we've got, but it would be restricted to something like that. We're not scanning for options as such, but is there something else that we could add as a filter? Yeah, well, futures data, we're pretty stuck. I mean, listen, we've been talking about crypto, it seems like for 10 years now. So futures would be, if it ever happened, would be after crypto. I don't think it's not the expense. It's a development. Plus futures are 24 hours, right? 7 days a week, 24 hours. So it's to do with our servers also. It that that so there's more to it than just flipping a switch. Ugh. NRBO. I was interested in taking this at 2350. Ooh, it's talking too much. Why 2350? Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at we have three topping tails right about there. So I thought, you know what? If this takes out this 2350, this could get rolling. And there's $1.50 right there. Ah, oh well. No, Zach, you were talking about Sava earlier. So you were talking about a short here, I'm assuming. Look at this though. So it must be some so is this specific to Sava? SEC case closing recommendation made per SEC is, I don't see Sava in here. This is the related ticker Sava. Problem is I don't see Sava right here. But is this to do with Sava? Because that must be because I mean that's why it had the big run. What's happening with rum? So there've been a little bit. There's 2,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Boy, this is really. I mean, this has dropped $3.50 from the high in the pre-market or so. Okay, guys, I am gonna keep watching this VTAQ just in case it does something crazy. Um, yeah, I mean, the deal is supposed to be done now, the merger, and it's supposed to have been voted on today, and then it will start trading tomorrow as PRST. Just want to see if there's any sort of a little spurt. I mean, it had a big move in the pre-market all the way up to 842, and then it just dropped immediately. Yeah, rum is a big pull. They're taking those shares. Now there's actually, it's funny, there's been 1,000, a thousand covered. This is Interactive Brokers, of course. Let's put it in some context, guys. CFVI, it closed. So it closed at 1206. Well, after hours, it got up to 1291, or so after hours, I guess it closed at 1282. That was the day before. Then it became rum. So that, let's, because all this trading doesn't miraculously go away. Okay. There's still lots of people with shares from here that were converted into rum. So let's see if any one of these levels holds. Now, this 1282 level for rum. It's about $1 away. Big volume too. It's a big volume bar, guys. 113. So this has a little over a minute to close. Looks like this will be the second biggest volume bar of the day after the initial one. Acadia, this is one I was looking at when I was on my break. Yeah, look at this one. I actually put a little buy alert here at 1835. Why? Because the next, guys, I mean, keep an eye on this Acadia, ACAD. Big level for it to try to take out because the next high looking left is way up here at 2043. So almost a little over $2 to the next high for Acadia, ACAD. The other big miss by me was the Veru. When the Moderna, when it was really, well, it hasn't moved that. Well, actually, it's moved about 60 cents. So I guess that is actually 60 cents, but all the way up here, probably like 80 cents. When I was talking about this earlier, I think it was right around here, 11.50, and it hadn't moved. Moderna was flying, mRNA was flying. Now it's pulling back, but it was flying, but Viru was not. We'll go pound on their doors, Pete, to see what's happening with Acadia. That's funny, real. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. I see what you're saying. But let me think about it. We have to the 26th. Guys, I just mentioned the VTAC, VTAQ. Kind of getting a little bit of action now. VTAQ getting a little bit of action. As always, though, I should say as always, but the spread was really not good yesterday. So it's tightened up a little bit here. I think all traders are looking at right now is at 842 in the pre-market. Ooh, Mookie, I don't know. Why would a white blank window open up in a dock when I load it? If you give me a cloud link of it, maybe I'll open it and see what happens. I mean, I can tell you. I mean, obviously, if I load a doc from the cloud, that doesn't happen to me. Here, my that's right. We don't have them, so that's why I always like to name my docs starting with DOCK. So, I mean, if I load, there's a doc window loaded, no white. So it's hard for me to know. But if you give it to me, if you can give me the cloud link, I'll open it and see what happens on my end. And understand, Mookie, you don't have to have docs, okay? I mean, I call that kind of an advanced. I mean, it's nice. I mean, they kind of organize things in a nice way, but it's certainly not mandatory to have docked windows. I'm gonna keep watching this VTAC, guys. VTAQ. Just want to keep watching it for a while. See if we can hang around that 630 mark and then start to run. Because the next high looking left on a 15-minute chart is 690 or so, 689. So, I mean, it's got some room, obviously. IJA, STSA, haven't seen that symbol for a while. Yeah, I haven't seen this one. The reason being is the volume. I have a minimum volume in most of my scans of 200,000. So that is just sneaking in now, STSA. Ah, Mookie, you cannot give me the cloud link. Yeah, you're in the YouTube room. You'd have to come over to the other room. You cannot paste links. You cannot paste links in that. So I can't. I can. You'd have to come over to the main room if you wanted to. Yeah, YouTube doesn't allow that. So you'd have to come over to the main trading room like you did yesterday, and then you could give me the link, and I can load it and see what happens. Give me a moment here. This happens every now and then. I don't know why, but it does. Continuing to watch the VTAQ just in case it has get some volume and a big spurt up. All right, guys. Well, not seeing too much. I don't think the VTAQ is not looking like it wants to take out 630. So All I can do is just put a price alert and see if it does later on, which I have. Price alert set, so if it happens, it happens. So what's happening with IMPX? That's been a very wild one today. Yeah, so these are the guys who are going to be doing the deal with Harley, right? Yeah, so these are the guys who are doing the deal with Harley. It'll start trading new symbol on the 27th. That could be a really interesting one, just because of the name brand recognition. And I'm talking about the IMPX. It's a SPAC now, but it'll turn into new symbol on the 27th when they take Harley's EV division public. What's happening with Hog? I got around 6:30, yeah, Raj. VTAQ around 6:30. But as always, even if it hits 6:30, it depends. I mean, this has been a spready one. The difference between the bid and ask can get crazy. Right now, it's only 2 cents. So, but I've got the alert. Actually, I guess it must be 6:38. And then because if it can take that out, the next high on the 15 is around 690. And then traders may be looking at this pre-market high of 842. Oh man, DWAC. I haven't seen DWAC for a while now. Boy, this is just sinking. Well, is there some support here? The next low looking left is 1970. Is that right? 1970, 2075. Yeah, so the next low looking left is 1970. I'm sure Rumble has stolen a lot of the thunder from this one, even if this one ever does get off the board or off the ground. Well, I almost hate to mention this one, but I do have it thumbnailed. I can't remember why. I've only got 4 of them. But look at Holo, guys. So if it took out 317, high of 369 in the pre-market, again, this was just a ridiculous trader yesterday. Got all the way up to 34, closed at 3. Okay. Now, there were no shares available yesterday to short, but there are some now, Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short now. Why weren't they available yesterday? And I know why, because it was typically at Interactive Brokers anyway, and probably most brokerage platforms, they won't have shorts available the first day of a symbol trading. Well, I see some of the things coming through your bounce scanner, but look at this market now. This is 45 minutes now. Well, well, 30 minutes, and now this is the start of the next candle. Balik. Burrs. I don't think I've ever seen this one. BERZ. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Boy, this got some room too. Oh, the Bank of Montreal. Okay, this is probably one of these oil. Never seen this one. Well, let's take a look at Lyft. How can Lyft? Oh, you kidding me? Just give me a moment. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know I'm talking to myself. But... All right. So there is a marketing meeting today. I'll be putting myself on mute in about 25 minutes or so for the marketing meeting. See what they're going to talk about. Okay, I'll be right back. How is Uber doing compared to Lyft? Well, they're both doing the same thing. No, I think they're just following the SPY, of course, but well, this BCAN is actually holding six pretty nicely. I mean, it's very volatile, but BCAN is BCAN. It's kind of holding six pretty nicely. I mean, it's got a shot, I guess, if it gets some volume. The volume is completely dried up. Haven't seen this one for a long time. REE used to be a really active trader. Nothing really going on for me, guys, right now. Really, I mean, I'm looking at the lift maybe as a potential short, following Uber, following the market though, following the market. How is Acadia doing? See, it's obviously it did not take out that. This is a very interesting one though. I mean, the longer it holds underneath that 1835, if it ever pops through it, maybe, I'd be watching this one tomorrow if it pops through because it's got some room. That's the ACAD. Wow, I haven't seen wheat for a long time. Look at this move for wheat. WE, the fund, the wheat fund. Look at this move. Straight up, coming into the 200-day moving average. 911 is the 200-day moving average. Wow. Well, that could stall it. Everything looks just very messy to me right now, guys. Very messy. Again, the only one that I'm really interested in is this Acadia in case it takes out that 1835 ACAD, because at least it's got some room to keep running until it hits the next high on the daily chart. Just may not do it. And also you're definitely bucking what the market is doing. So tough to commit to going long anything right now. So here's one, AMX, breaking down through the that 10 SMA that Steve Gomez loves, trade ideas, through the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And that's AMX. See, that's the thing. And now, again, I'm not a big player of this, but This area is really interesting, obviously, and now is the time to short it and just put a stop right at 1743. So a 7 cent stop. Whoa, even GME is making into Zach's bounce scan. GME. I was just thinking about this one, if it's doing anything. How's AMC doing? Ugly, 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 ugly. But remember, guys, there are 10 trillion shorts out there that haven't been covered, have to still cover. Sorry. You mean actually to take it on a bounce? Really? I mean, it is coming into a bit of a support area, I suppose. So pre, yeah, so pre forward split, this is trading 111. They did the forward split at 160 or 158. So I mean, this is way below. Okay, Mookie. Now let's take a look. Where did it go? I don't even see that there's anything in it. Yeah, I don't. You may not have saved it correctly then, because I don't even see anything in it. Remember, all you have to do, if you can see if you can see something in it, all you have to do is right click. Sorry, up here in the header, right click, save or share to cloud, and as Michael said, never mind the entire, save it. That's it. That's it. And once you save it, that's it. It's in your cloud. So I mean, assuming you've got a docked window that has something in it, I mean that it should be. But when I loaded yours, I don't even see anything in it. So Peter, if the screen is blurrier on your end, make sure that you're in your YouTube setting that you make sure you're on 1080p. Okay. Nothing I can do on my end. But when I look at it on my end, this is whoops. Well, you can't see, but it's not blurry. So I think it's just a matter of in YouTube, you have to make sure you're get high definition or whatever it's called. I don't know what the designation might be, high definition or 1080 or something like that. Okay. Unless everybody is saying that it's blurry. No, okay, Pepe. Thank you. So you didn't put them into a dock. It's got to look like this. It's got to look like this, okay? You've got to take those windows, create a dock, give it a name, dock window, give it a name, and you've got to put those windows inside so that when you move them around, they're all moving together. And then right click, save or share to cloud, and there's nothing you have to do because the name of the dock should be right there. Okay, the name of the dock should be right there, and then save it. So when you do that, do you see the name of the dock? Because you don't have to do entire, you don't do anything. Yeah, never mind this. Never mind this, okay? Never mind the box, never mind the check boxes. All you have to really see is whether or not the name of the dock is appearing in that box here. And if it is, then save it, and that's it. Don't worry about the check boxes or anything like that. But well, but I haven't checked the boxes. Okay, I have not checked the boxes on my end. You know, this is another dock window. I have not physically gone and checked the boxes. Well, if you give it a name, if you give it a name and you're up here, okay? Maybe you're trying to do it here or something in here. If you go to the header, right to the header where it says I've got dock basic highs and lows, and I right click and I see save or share to cloud. See, it says doc basic highs and lows, the title of it, it's right there. That's all I have to do. I don't have to do anything else and then just save it. But Pepe says you don't, they're not in a dock. He says they were free floating windows and he's good. Is the SPY heading down? Well, what do you see on the SPY chart? Mr. Lint in your belly button? So I've never even tried to do that, Pepe. So what you're saying is that if I have, this is a dock, and I have some free floating window over here, and then I do this, save, but I don't have a free floating window in my dock, of course. Are you saying that if I had some free floating window out here and I check it? I mean, I've never even considered doing that. Yeah, why would anybody do that? So the bottom line, Mookie, it looks like, okay, I think now I understand what's happened. I've never even tried to do that. I never would have considered doing it. Is that when I save my doc, this is what you're doing, I guess, and then you're checking something that's free floating. Don't do that. Just save the doc window and that's it. What do you mean it's already checked when you save? I've got a bunch of free floating windows around. I don't check them. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Okay, so I don't understand. All right, guys, the VTAC. Yeah, no, I understand everything is checked, but it's automatically checked. We're getting bogged down here. I have never checked anything. It's automatically checked, obviously, anything in a docked window. But it seems like you must have checked a free floating window. A free floating window also. Yeah, it is today, isn't it? Yeah, it is today. FOMC. Yeah, somebody was saying yesterday or tomorrow. Yeah. So I'll be in this marketing meeting. So typically, yeah, usually they're on Wednesdays. So that's why I'm usually in the marketing meetings, it doesn't happen. But I'll oh, the results tomorrow. Okay. Oh, okay, tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, because typically they're not on Tuesday. So we won't get this crazy spy action other than straight down. Boy, Pepe, that's so, I mean, that's very strange. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Get ready for this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, yes to relative volume. Yes, that's one of our big filters, relative volume filter. You can see right there. Well, if you can see my screen, for instance, AMPX is almost 12 relative volume. Relative volume, it's a measurement of how relative to the point, like the time of day, okay? So right now, as an example, let's take another one, HUMA, HUMA. You know, it's only trading zero 0.8. It's not even trading what it would normally do up to this point of the day, 246. So the answer, so you asked, does our scanner have a filter for relative volume on the stock you look at for the day? Yes. It changes all day though, of course, because at the very beginning of the day, you could have a huge amount of volume and the relative volume, like, let's just say for argument's sake, and I'm answering, by the way, guys, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Let's just say for argument's sake that a stock normally does 50,000 shares by 10 o'clock. And today it does 1,000,000 shares by 10 o'clock. That would be 20 times normal, okay? As an example. So that would be a relative volume of 20. But if the volume starts to drift down over the course of the day, that 20 could go down to 15, could go down to 10, because it's always relative to the time of day. Hopefully that makes sense. And by the way, yeah, my goodness, that AMPX. Oh, what a I was in the meeting, right? And I was watching this thing, and he said, Barry, you should take this if it gets over about 11:45. So I took some, and look at that candle. I went from 11:45 nonstop to 14. Incredible. Just wait, wait, wait all day for a trade like that. So I'm just kind of waiting on that. I'm completely out of it now, but I'm waiting on this to see if it has another spurt towards the end of the day. AMPX, it's had that pullback to 12 and says, see, I mean, it's got a mind of its own. I don't even know what the float is. We have no float information for it. So I don't know what the float is. And look at this. I mean, it won 22 races today. It might be called current volume, Chris. Okay. I wish they would make it more consistent. Okay. So, but if you right click, I think if you right click and you click on configure and then do a search, yeah, we have relative volume. It's called relative volume. So if you right click on an alert window, or a top list window, but I always like to do it on an alert window. If you right click and then click on configure and then click on search and then just start typing in relative. And there it is, relative volume. Okay. 44 million. Thank you, Cam. Okay. Yeah, so the relative volume filter is probably one of our most powerful filters, because if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, I mean that's a filter to use. You want abnormal activity, that's the filter. There are others, of course, but I think that is probably one of the main ones. Well, I did not get into the VTAQ. I was a little got wrapped up in that meeting. Yeah, not a bad bounce. I was looking at this area, that 630, not a bounce, but a move, 630 area. Got up to the 660, 655 area. I was thinking maybe it could get closer to that 688, the high of that candle. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, it may not do anything. I mean, it's going to be trading as PRST tomorrow. I don't think that this PRST has a huge following. It's a restaurant, some kind of restaurant software. But I'm telling you, that other one that's taking taking the EV side of Harley Davidson public, that could be interesting. It won't be until the end of the month. Okay, guys, AMPX on the move a little bit here, on the move a little bit. You know what I should do? I have that site. It's called the Float Watchers. So let me just take a look at what it says, or Float Checker. AMPX, AMPX. That's probably where you checked, right? Because it says 44 million, yes. The rest of them have no information. That's how, so I'm not going to beat up our guys so much. Our provider. Sometimes it's really hard to get a handle. I don't know where Yahoo, I don't, unless they're looking at the SEC filings, I really don't know. All right, guys, so it's getting close to the 3 o'clock hour. That's typically when I do put myself on mute. I'm sitting here, still sitting here. So if I have to, I'll hop back on the mic if there are some questions. Good time to ask questions if you have any. QBTS. I don't think I've seen this one before. It looks like this was maybe a new issue or a symbol name change. I don't really remember this as being an IPO, but anyway, QBTS. Now, so that was a business combination. Okay, so this was a SPAC, I guess, that turned into this. Okay, so it's an IPO, but at one of those SPAC IPOs. AVAV from Zach. AVAV. Okay, there's Ampex on the move again. I had a lot of fun with this one, just sticking price alerts, inducing it upwards. Okay, this is an expensive one. AVAV, yeah, what a pop, all the way up to 93, pulled back. Must be some news. Okay, guys, so, all right. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute now, but I am here, so, oops, let me get rid of the old message. Okay, how can you change the background color of a top list window? All right, so there is in the guide, and it's difficult, okay? I don't do it anymore. I mean, I used to, but you're talking about this, aren't you? You're talking about, you see, there are things that you can do. Let me get to the properties section and select colors. So there are some palettes that we have created that you can try right here. And in a very convoluted way, you can do, yeah, plain text with a green background. Let me see if I've got something that I can just give to you. Or see how I did this one. Let's see, here's one, the 5 day position up, okay? Green background, white text. Let's see what I did. Yeah, boy, it's convoluted, man. Let me just see in the guide. You know, I haven't touched colors in years, okay? I never was a big fan of, you know, the sort of the fading in and out, darker green to lighter green to, and then moving on to different colors. I was never a fan of that. So in this one, let me just see if I can duplicate this one. Select the colors. Okay, let me try to start this one from scratch because this is what I did. Okay, so if I delete, so in this one, you know, these are stocks moving up. So I said greater than 0. So I put that in, and then I chose my color, you know, from the palette. So there it is. Probably, oops. No, wait a minute. Probably if I left this one white, Okay. Add. Yeah. Okay. So well, see, in the alert windows, that's easy enough to do. Yeah, I think this is really, really, as I say, convoluted. Um, Here, let me get that colors again. So this is what I would do. In fact, I wonder if you even just leave this blank. What happens? And I just do this. Yeah, and you had to have something. So put 0 in here and put in your greater than, little greater than, put, whatever color you want. And that should do it. Okay, that should do it. Never mind the less than, and then add. And then this happens. I have a white back. I have a white on green. So for the gainers list, that would work because in the properties and the select colors, you just have to put greater than 0. Okay. So again, I'll start again. I'll delete it. So just put 0 in this box here when you get to the color chooser. Put 0 because you want it, and then click on the greater than and choose the color you want. So let me go a darker blue. Say okay. Add edit. Okay, so now it's a darker blue. Just give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so it is if you follow what I was doing, then I mean that's a way you can do it, especially if you want to see the ones that are moving up, if that made sense. Yeah, the alert windows are way easier. Okay, guys, back on mute. Again, I'll answer any question that come in. I'll hop back on the mic. You guys, this one just got halted. SOBR just got halted. No volume yet. All the volume is right here. For whatever reason, it just popped up. SOBR. I think it's just color coded. That's all. The performance tab is just color coded. I really have never paid any attention to it, Quiche. It's just some kind of a shading. We have too many tabs. Did this from day one. We were overcomplicated all this. Should get rid of probably 90% of them. You were talking about this one. Oh, this tab here. Okay. All right, guys, there's the Ampex. Yeah, I don't know what. Um, yeah, I don't even know what that does. We just got too many guys. We just have too many. All right, guys, the Ampex, big level right now for it to try to get through again, that 13, and maybe challenge up that 14 level. The volume coming in again. Lots of volume. Look at this, 26 million. Okay, guys, back on mute. All right. Let me try to figure. What are you saying? When you move the entire dock, these windows stay behind? I'm really trying to figure that one out. It can't be in the dock then. It's impossible. It's impossible. So, like, so when you grab the top here and you're moving it, you're saying the windows, so they're not, they cannot be in the dock. Somehow you've taken them out of the dock or something. I mean, I don't know how, you know. I have to go really soon, but let me just do one, I'll do one docking window, okay? Docked window. I'll give it a name, call it test one. I think I've got one already called test. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the instructions. Okay, so here it is. Here it is. I'll put my like symbols in it. Right click, duplicate into test one. There it is. There it is. I'll take the AI, right click, duplicate into test one. There it is. Okay. I'll do one more. Nothing in here yet. Nothing in this one, but I'll duplicate it or put it in. 5-day position up. Duplicate into test one. There it is. Here are my tabs. Now I can position them where I want just by, moving this stuff around. Just when that icon appears. Okay. So here it is. Moves around. Windows don't stay. And then I can save it. Right click, save. There it is, called test one. I don't have to do anything else. I just save it. Well, why would I close it? I would save it first. Okay. Okay, now I'll close it. Now I'll open it. Load from cloud, please work. There it is. Gotta save it first and then, okay, then close it. Now I've opened it. Here it is. Okay, I mean, I don't really know what else I can say. Saved it first. Didn't have to do anything. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save. And just save because the name of the dock window is right there. I don't have to check anything. I don't check anything. I don't click on tire. I don't do anything. The name of the dock window is there. That's good enough for me. I can see there it is, test one. Save it. And then I closed it. And then I brought it back, loaded it up. I can duplicate it. Not that I can duplicate the window. There it is. There's a duplicate of it. I can close it down, exit out, close them both down. And then again, file load from cloud, file load from cloud. Find it, it's right at the top here. I can see it right there. Load it. Here it is. I'm going to delete it. Not responding. Why? There we go. Okay, so I'm not really sure what you're doing. Don't know what you mean when you say when you hit load. File load from cloud. You have to pick the right one, right? You just pick the one that you saved or the one you want to bring back and load it. Whoa, wow, no kidding. Look at this sober open. Holy smokes. Wonder what happened here. No, I don't see any news on this one. So we had the halt was at 110, and look where it opened. SOBR. And what was the volume like? Aha. Great idea. Oh, we saw it. Hmm. Oh, sure. After I deleted it. Okay. Okay. What am I doing again? Okay. New docked window. Okay. That's one. Okay. Rid of the instructions. I'll just put a couple in. So again, my like symbols, right click, duplicate into test one. Hello, Christopher.
Greetings and salutations.
I'm helping somebody in the main room, so I'll let you take over in the YouTube room if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay.
I've made the
And
swap
yep.
and you're free.
Okay, thank you so much.
You got it. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Not turnaround Tuesday, although we did say yesterday it's hard to beat turnaround Tuesday with an up day yesterday, technically. So, with that said, here we are. Interesting day, active day. Not a lot else to comment on from that. Let's see, GERN, what are you doing? Nothing. SVRE, what are you doing? Nothing. All right, let's get rid of that. So, all right, as always, Willow, how are you? As always, do this as a open forum. So any questions, please fire those away for me. If not, I'll do my usual kind of dance, trying to entertain all you folks. Yeah, so, choppy, interesting day. We'll start off with the market here anyways, and we'll roll to a few other things afterwards. Reset some price alerts here. SPY's well below this big pivot line, as I've been discussing for months and months and months. I drew this pivot line back here in, June. We're looking pretty weak going into Fed day tomorrow. My board is clear. I have no trades on right now. I'm not taking anything in tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen? I think, everybody, the consensus is a minimum of, 75 basis points. And I think that he's going to go one. I'd like to see him go one just because I want to see it happen. I have no other reason to it. My life will not change one way or the other. But there's 0% chance of it less than 75 basis points, I believe, at this point is what whoever prices these things in. So, just, taking anything in tomorrow for me would be a fool's errand. Obviously, people have strategies, they have plans, they're going to have holdings and positions, and that's not a comment on anyone that's doing things like that. Just speaking from my own personal trading. So, and happy Tuesday to you, my friend. So, anyways, with that said, I think today is a lot of jockeying and positioning for tomorrow. Gap down, we moved into the gap, gave it up pretty hard for a while here, moving back off the lows. I won't be surprised if we close somewhere up around the. Well, I mean, we're already around it anyways, but got 0.85 to go back to 385 on the SPY. So I think that's where we close, somewhere in the area that we're in now. But anything could happen. We could obviously collapse in this last half an hour too. So all very possible stuff. The Qs look no better. More of a doji here actually on Qs. But you can see, again, well under this pivot line here, right in the middle, actually, these two major kind of lines here, and a broader look at things here. Again, I wish we had log charts, but anyways, just because they would illustrate this move here better, the two moves better from up to down, on a relative basis of what those moves really are. But, we work with what we got, so. With that said, yeah, the Qs or the NASDAQ in general down about 1%. The SPYs, the S&P down about 1.25%. Dow Jones, the Diamonds down about 1.2% as we pull into the final half hour here. With that said, things that were interesting today. I guess let's hit this up really quick here. In EXA, what are you doing? Are you anything important? No. All right. So AMPX, I think, most of the trading world was looking at that and had, quite a few people sending in emails and coming to chats. Oh, this wasn't on my scan. Why isn't this on my scan? And, we scan based on historical data, right? And there's not a lot of historical data here. So, people are looking for help by institutions and things like that. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find that kind of data so early in the trading of a stock like this. So, again, my Bollinger Scan, outside of being the first day, my scan's always going to pick up this stuff. On the second day, it'll pick these things up. On the third day, it'll pick these things up because it's just not a lot of filtering going on. I don't need it to do a lot of filtering. Show me what's strong. That's it. I only need, 2 15-minute bars to be able to get a 15-minute Bollinger Band. That's a lie. I need it's a 20 period. So. Need a 20 period SMA. All right, I need a day's data. But like I said, you're not getting a day anyways. I'm not getting IPOs with this anyway. So, but yeah, anyways, AMPX. I took a trade in this. Thought it was a genius. Nice 50-cent, quick move, boom, in and out. Good day right there, just alone. And then continued to run afterwards. So I was like, all right, well, what are you going to do? It is what it is. NRBO. This started coming in through on this move up here. Little pullback. I did not get this. And then a nice jump right off. A little more realistic to look at it on a 5-minute chart here, getting in that. But definitely very tradable. Spread is opened up and closed down. So, you've had the spread as high as, I'll say, about 20 cents. You've had the spread as low as 1 cent on it. So is it the easiest of traders? No, but it's certainly tradable. Certainly a move to be had in there. Again, found on my scan. Blue, this was, pretty good looking. This is one of those ones I kind of kicked myself for later in the day. I saw it coming in really early. I saw it coming in here just to break above 6. And I said, gee, this could easily go to 650, I feel like, to the high of the prior day. And, this just seems like an area of price interest in general. And I just, the way the market opened, and it just seemed very weak to me. I didn't want to go after it because earlier in the day, to be honest, the relative volume was not as high as this. And the volume didn't look like, the liquidity didn't look it was going to be quite this good as well. We saw it really pick up through here again. Midday, before midday, mid-morning session. So, hindsight being 2020, I was right. But again, it was more of an opinion than a belief in what was going to go on. And I didn't like where I would have had to stuck. I didn't like what I was looking at as stops for risk reward. Looking at 550, I thought to myself, maybe here, but I wasn't crazy about using this as a stop. And I didn't want to use low of the day. I didn't feel comfortable with low of the day as a stop. So the risk reward didn't set up for me. Lo and behold, though, it did continue to go. And so someone who was using low of the day or using, after it pulled off of $6, use $6 as a whole number stop. Any one of those had a good risk reward set up. It went up higher than I thought it could make. I did kind of glance at this level here, but didn't really think that would happen. It did. It is what it is. Anybody that took it, a great trade, but 3 for 3 off the top 10 right there. And then into some less easy ones, I would say MGAM, but you never, even if you chased it here, unless you took a really big share size, you never really felt that much pain. You got down here into the mid 280s and, came a pop up here, and then it really hovered around 3 for most of the day before it went through and ran through on this move right here. I've got a price alert. I thought about taking it above 330 again. I think as we move to the time we are at now, that becomes less likely, but keep it in mind. Of course, I'll give a shout out if I do decide to go at it. IMPX, I took this. I did pretty well here. I took it here at $11 when it was dancing around $11 in here. Started making me a little nervous when we didn't get away from $11 and there's a declining volume, but I was there. I stuck a stop off this break right here. I used a low of, so I got in on this 15-minute bar here. That was kind of a doji, spinning top doji. And I used the prior 15-minute bars low. I almost came and got stopped out. I did not get stopped out. Went on a nice run. I sold some here. Obviously, you can see I sold the rest here. Felt pretty good about that overall. And that I think that's everything I traded today. R-Core, never really had it going. It had me interested, certainly had me interested, but nope, just a lot of resistance in this area right here, and I just wasn't a believer in it today. GCT had an okay move, not too shabby of a move through here, to say the least. Off that 14 break, really took off there. Nice move. The relative volume wasn't overly high. I think we got enough relative volume data to be looking back at this point and consider it. But its liquidity was great. So, another great opportunity from here. This I don't consider, is a tradable short. It's just, these 3x leveraged ones here. I got to be really desperate to trade something to want to look at these in general. VRAX, another one. Wasn't crazy about this. I mean, was there something here? Yeah, I guess, but not really. I mean, I had a price alert here at 360. I bumped it up to here. Now, if I'd have been following it carefully all day, and this goes always back to the, pullback question, I could have, I have a lot of price alerts today. I could have pulled that back and I could have dropped it all the way down to something like, 340 level when it pulled down here and waited for it to come back on this 8 EMA. And you know what? I would have been a little pop through there, right? Definitely something could have been done. Definitely something tradable through there. Easy, no. Fast-lived, yes, but definitely possible. But wasn't as nice as these other alerts that came through here. And MLCO, I left this here as why I don't, I'm careful about chasing in that first half an hour, especially 45 minutes, 40 minutes. Just never felt it, even with the volume today. I just look back at this along here and I said, it just really struggles at that level. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. I just didn't feel the risk reward with that there. You got a big gap up, right? So what am I going to, am I going to enter here at 635, 638, 9, 640? And stick a stop down here at $6 on the bottom of that gap. I didn't think risking 40 cents for this right here, for that possible 60 cents, if it could even get through this level, was worth it. It just didn't seem like the right setup to me. And so trading plan worked out today. Kept me out of trouble, kept me out of some junk today. So That's not to say I almost chased VRAX. I almost chased it today. Where did I almost chase it? I almost chased it. Where the heck did I almost chase it? It was back here, actually. Yeah, so I had a price alert here. And so, this 15-minute bar here, the third 15-minute bar, when it came back up through, I almost jumped on it at 360. And I said, looking at where this EMA was way down here and how huge of a gap that was, I just, no way. That would have not been cool of me to do. So, but I almost chased it, but I didn't. So thank goodness. Discipline held out. Again, you're all pretty silent here. Not a big crowd, I'm noticing. So, any questions, please let me know. Yeah, so that's life in the top 10 lane here. Sip of water. Let's duplicate my price alerts and bring that over here. We are blessed. We've got Mr. David Afaria in the crowd for me here. He's back from vacation. For those that you don't know, David is one of the founders and managing partners of Trade Ideas here, and has been one of the most kindest souls that I have ever actually had the privilege to work with here. So I knew he was looking to pop into some of these live streams here, see what we're doing, and check it all out. And wasn't sure. He's just getting settled back in from a vacation. But thank you, David. So let's duplicate my price alerts. Let's bring that onto this other screen here for you all to see. All right, so you can see, every day I start this blank with my price alerts, and you see I have a lot of price alerts, and these are all stocks that were coming through the relative strength from the open race here at some point on the day. Some of these price alerts are the original price alert I set, and they never took them out. Like INM was an original price alert, never took this out. When it finally came through, I already noticed it. TCRT. Perfect, David. We'll get us set up, and then we can kind of bounce back and forth some ideas and some thoughts here. It's fun to have a co-pilot. So TCRT, another one here, made this nice move, but then, just never had anything more to it. And so that's why, they seem like such simple tools. And at the same time, simplicity is really so elegant. Having a simple set of data pointing to me what is strong with these races here, the way they are, and then using the price alerts on the charts, and I can easily move those around. And so I've got live data focused here on the left side of the race. I've got a watch list formed here on the top 10 and a watch list formed here. Again, same race, but this one is just every winner in order that they're coming. And then, so nothing ever completely leaves my mind, sitting on the back burner is my price alerts. And this way, let's say I did have something win a race, but it only won one race, let's say the 10 o'clock race, but it had a nice and interesting setup. I set the price alert for it, and then it's just, a second and third place winner throughout the day, but continuing to move up. I'm going to get that alert from it. I'm going to have it in focus and in mind, and just, very, very easy way, especially for anybody that is like myself and gets analysis paralysis. I think a lot of Trade Ideas users at the beginning have, 5 alert windows, 2 multi-strategy windows, a price alerts, 15 charts, a compare count window, 4 top lists. We've got bells and whistles and lights flashing going off all over the place, and trying to keep up with that data is just not humanly realistic. And so I think as we go forward, at least for myself, find the data that makes most sense for us, and at the times of day it makes the most sense. So, as I also try to preach to people, is having different layouts for pre-market, the regular market and the post market. My post market layout is more more swing trading ideas. As I've mentioned over the last several months, I'm really not doing any swing trading. So I haven't been, quote unquote, doing the same amount as homework. I still look at those scans. I still like to chart. I want to stay in practice of it. Just the risk allocation to holding things overnight the last few months, I just haven't felt it is there or proper for my risk management strategies. And so I haven't. So, Peter, I need help with resistance support. Market Explorer does not help. I need a system where I can plug in a ticker. I would point you to then, Peter. Let's open up a alert window here. Get the configure over. Two schools of thoughts on this. So we have S1, S2, R1, and R2. Let me find on this support and resistance. There we go. A few things you might want to check out. And now these other ones just pop into my head as I open this configure, and it always just reminds me of how much we really have here. If you're just looking for strict support and resistance, you might want to take a look at distance from R1, R2, well, reverse, R2 and R1, and S1 and S2, and or the distance from the pivot here as well. And you can add them as a column as well. So something we could do here, and I can share it out as well. I'm going to open this race as a top list, all right? And move that over here. And so we've got the same data, just, it's not moving the same way, but it's going to be the same set of stocks, same filters, all that. What we could do here is this. We can come into the configure of the top list, and we can look and search support and resistance, and I can add these. And I'm going to come back to a second thought that I had about alert windows. And I can show these as columns here, each one of these. So I'm going to first select them and show them as columns. And while this may add a second step to things for a little while, it might put you in some good practice of getting used to how and where to look for these support and resistance lines. So we've now added those as columns. And so we've got the same scan going on here, right? And now we've got these distances in a percent from all these different stocks, right? And so we can see SORB leading a race, SOBR, all right? And we can bring that up and we can see, so resistance 2, all right? We're coming up here. Resistance 1. Going to be using actually almost the same level as a matter of fact, all right? And then distance to support, all right? How far are we off of that, all right? And just in case, let's bring up, where are we? Configure. Let's bring up some definitions here for us, right? So we can right click, help. Let's bring over the help page. There we go. Get rid of my drawings. All right, and so these compare current price to previous pivot points. We use standard formulas, all right? And so we can use these here to kind of point us to it. At the moment, I don't have, I don't have a way for you to just plug something in and say, give me that pivot line in that regard. But we can use this set of data here, combining it with the actual hard-coded top list to the race for you there, Peter. So that would be the closest that we have for there. Aside from that, as I always mention, pivot lines are an art. There's no exact science on it. And while there are formulas that can be done, like the distances here from this, I always recommend thinking of it as a spongy level. I also would recommend doing this exercise. I always say, Peter, if you're having trouble with a pivot line, take the high of the day, all right? Draw a horizontal line right on the high of the day, all right? So there's our high of the day on SYRS, for example, all right? Now let's watch it draw a line across this here. And notice, without even knowing where it was going to go, look at that. Right back to this level down here, right? So a level of significance, and it touches with this level that's right here. So there we are. So I always, that's a big exercise I recommend to anybody trying to figure, how do I find support and resistance lines? Draw a line on somewhere where it looks, significant on the day. What, a lot of times when you see these big topping shadows like that, you're going to find they relate, or they're near another area. And we always talk about these areas being spongy zones, right? So notice that it's not far off the low of the day from last Friday either on the stock here. So, just one example of how to do this here, and to do it as almost your own exercise. And then once that line's there, that's it. You can save, you save your layout when you exit, and that line will be there moving forward. So if it's a stock of interest for you, you'll have it. Of course, you don't want to keep it there. You can right click, come to markup, and remove all markups, and it'll be gone like that. So now I saw David put in about Holly. And so I have a few thoughts on Holly that I always go over here. So I start with where I was, about 5 years ago as a trader. And what I always used to do with Holly was, is she going all long? Is she going all short? Is she getting stopped out? Is it a moderate profit day, meaning, risk on? Are we letting it run? Is she getting stopped out? Is it a conservative? The conservative exit was the good exit, and we're kind of moving sideways. And I would apply that to the stocks that I was looking at, knowing that Holly just knows what she knows. She didn't wake up and burn her breakfast, or she didn't get the kids late to school, or her mom isn't yelling at her, or whatever it is, or Holly isn't concerned about what's happening on her dating apps. Whatever it is, Holly doesn't have a personal life. Holly has a set of programs and algorithms that she runs, and that's it. Right, wrong, or indifferent. There's no emotion involved in any of it. And so that was my big way that I used Holly, especially at the beginning when I didn't know anything about trading, basically. The next step that I look at with Holly, or what I use, more now, is I'll go back through Holly trades and take a look to see what those charts look like, what the entries were like, and what they look like moving forward, if there's some interest there. Now, as I've mentioned before, I just, there's no swing trading going on in my portfolio currently. I'm to cash every night since sometime in March-ish. But, I'd look at a chart like this and think to myself, all right, well, maybe I want to put a heart on that chart, because if we can get up around this 18 level, we could have a run back up here towards that 20 level, right? And now I see we've got this recent low here, and that sets up a pretty decent 2 reward to 1 risk level if 18 could happen. And so I use Holly as a long-term watch list, which we do have the long-term AI now as well. Drop a link in here for that, just in case anybody hasn't seen that. That does have the premium version. Let me find my handy dandy links. I have to clean up my links. Here we go. Copy and paste. There we go. And so those are my big Holly points. I also would be remiss to say that it always feels good when Holly trades a stock that I'm in. Just kind of that extra boost of confidence in it. So it looks like she had, while a light day today, very nice day. And when you look at, let's bring over a SPY chart, and the nonsense that has been the SPY today, that's pretty solid, right? I'd say that's pretty solid today. Gap down, she finds 2 long moves like this. Great liquidity here, 3 million shares traded, doing a little more than 2.5 times what it's normally doing. And got something similar here, even a little better, for just over 4 1/3 what it's normally doing. Real nice move here. Very nice moves here for Holly today. So, all right, let me bring that back out. Where's my mouse? Bring that SPY chart back out. But, so I was kind of doing my own long-term Holly before long-term Holly came in. So SOBR, you keep winning races. Wow, what a move. Holy cow. What a move here to close the day out, huh? Look at that volume. My goodness. So this is something for those that, create a watch list for the next day. You can't believe that that's just going to go away tomorrow. Now, does that mean it's going to run tomorrow? Absolutely not. But it could it be a good short opportunity tomorrow? Sure. Could it be a good long opportunity tomorrow? Also sure. But, we're going to probably in the next 5 minutes reach about 11 million shares traded, give or take, doing 245 times what it's normally doing for volume. There's no way that there's not a huge level of interest in this tomorrow. And even more so, look at that 1 minute volume. Now, again, 10-day average on that. We're looking at 92,000%. Now it's just come back down to 68, a whole 68,000%. Only 68,000% now. Who else is giving you that data? Seriously. Of course, Peter, you got them. Glad those will help. And like I said, there's no way to just quote unquote plug in and get it spit back out as of now. That may be something we have someday. But again, just as an exercise, draw a line on an intraday chart and then look at where that line starts to go to. And, like I said, think of it as a spongy area and why those areas may or may not be of interest to traders. Can I talk about how I found my trading plan? Yeah, absolutely. My trading plan came from journaling. I wrote down every trade that I made, probably my first, say it's about my first 8 months, give or take. Every single trade that I made, what it was, how many shares I bought, the price, where I found it, what scan I got it from, why I got in it, why I got out of it, my stop, which shocker, I didn't always have a stop, which was a big reason why I took some of my really big losses early on. It was a two-edged sword for me with stops. When I put stops in as an early trader, I did almost always obey them. There's the occasional goalpost moving. I think, we're humans, it happens. But it wasn't that bad when it came to moving stops. My problem was not having a stop picked out when I got into trades a lot. That was a huge problem for me. And then my second problem was, and these are all things I noticed in my journaling. So as I went through and I said, I started to tally up, here are the things that I did right in this trade. Here are the things that I did wrong in this trade. And as I started to tally those things up, I could see the same things playing out over and over again. So for example, one of my biggest sins, and even to this day, is my ability to close out a trade when I think I should. So I always have a hard stop. And that's something I never negotiate anymore. Long time since I didn't have a hard stop. This is non-negotiable, whatever my stop is going to be. However, my profit target is always negotiable. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is I want to set it up that whatever my risk reward is, whether it's a 2 reward and 1 risk, or a 3 reward and a 1.7 risk, or whatever it is, whatever my reward is, if I see something moving up and then all of a sudden it starts to lose steam, and let's say, for example, the market isn't exactly on my side in general anyways, I see it start to lose steam, I'm going to peel out of at least a few shares. So if I got 10 shares, for example, of it, I might sell 4, 5, 6 shares and lock something in. Then I'll start to move my stop up to guarantee myself a profit. I'm not always the best at doing that, unfortunately, because like everybody else, you want to hold out for the big winner. And, sometimes you get them and sometimes you don't. Live by the sword, die by the sword. So I have a lot of times where, let's just say if I had made a $2 entry and I was holding out for a 3 target, and all of a sudden we're hovering at 290. I can't get that that 3 number, and then all of a sudden, next thing I know, I'm back at 215 again. And so now I went from, let's say I was up, I don't know, $100 here, and now I'm only up $15 here. So those are the things that I noticed just from my journaling, and through my journaling is how I came up with that plan. And it was all handwritten. I've never used any kind of digital journal or anything like that personally. I've never really looked into them, to be honest. I'm one of those people that I journal in life in general. So everything I do is handwritten, just like that. I think by handwriting stuff, for me personally, it puts me more in touch with my thoughts and my feelings. And while, trading can be totally mathematic and totally mechanical, and there are plenty that do that, and they're total quants and, loading up all kinds of data and things like that, absolutely all that stuff is possible. For me, there's always been an element of feel to it. I'm not a spreadsheet guy in that sense. Wow, SOBR. While I'm talking about it, I should have been really paying attention, take a trade in there. So, I'm one of those people that, I'm not in the camp that you have to control your emotions. I think that's a fool's errand, controlling your emotions. I actually think it's better to recognize your emotions and recognize what your weak emotions are and what your strong emotions are, and play to those weaknesses and strengths. That's how I would do it. So, just, again, a personal preference. Just as people say that trading's a job, I disagree. Trading is not a job. Trading is a business. If you want a business, you need a business plan. You want to trade, you need a trading plan, right? You don't go to the bank and say, hey, bank, got a great idea for business I want to open up. I need, $50 million. And the bank will say, great. Well, what's the business plan? And you'll say, well, I don't have one. I just, I think I can make money selling donuts or whatever it is. And the bank will say, well, that's great. Hope you succeed, but you're not getting money from us. Well, the same on the flip side. You want to start start a brokerage account. You are your own bank. You have to give yourself the money to open that brokerage account. Are you going to give yourself that money without a trading plan? Now, I think almost every trader that ever started probably has, because unfortunately with trading, there's a lot of trial by fire. And you can read every book and attend every seminar and webinar and watch every video that exists out there. But there are only some things we can learn by, quote unquote, touching the stove. And that's, that's it. So, oh man, part of me thought to take it on the 3 break here. I already would have been in and out, but I don't like trading the post market either. And I just realized I went to post market. So hindsight, but again, my race for the win. I mean, this thing picked it right off at $2 it was coming through. And I mean, not only was it coming through at $2, but then you had this move right here, a little flag action here, and a great move off of there. So I said it before, I'll say it again. Generally speaking, I'm very unbiased about things. This is one thing I will not be unbiased about. My relative strength scan is better than everybody else's. There might be some close seconds, but they're only close and they're only second. So that's how I feel about that. I mean, every single day, there's at least 3 or 4. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Very good, Christoph. Very good. There's no one better to learn from than Barry. He really is the best. I would say most of what I do for my day trading comes through Barry / some other individuals in the room that are absolutely outstanding individuals in that room. A lot of my swing trading is more stolen from Steve and Andy and Michael. And I'd say Jamie and Barry are my heavier influences on the day trading stuff, without any question. I mean, that if that was the only move that happens, and let me bring up in the post market here. We'll take a look at this action here. Generally speaking, I don't do post market on my charts. If that was it, touching about $4 there, I think at $3.99 was the top. Let's see what this says here. Yeah, $3.99 was the high. I didn't see a $4 print on my time and sales. I mean, if that was it, what can you really say? I mean, the thing's up 300%, over 300%. So, someone might say, well, it was a dull day in the market today. It gapped down and then moved up and then moved back down and moved back up. And never a dull day here with us. Never, ever, ever a dull day here with us. All right, this is a good sign. So I'm on a new beta release today. We're hoping to get something out to you folks in the not so distant future. I've talked about the HTML and the smoothness of these races and how they'll be on the web very soon. One of the issues, if anybody that's been here noticed, that after the market closed, all of a sudden this whole thing would blow up and it would be hard to see anything the way it blew up. And now we can see here today, it's looking solid. There's a little bit going on here with it. It seems like on these bottom symbols. I'm sure Randall, who is the architect of all of this, is already all over it. I'll give him a message later anyways, though, just to let him know how much better it already looks on this next build. And there we go, up through 4, blasting through 4. Goodbye. Wow, what a move. Yeah, if there are bears in there, they're definitely trapped. Look at that short growth right here that we're reporting. So while the short float wasn't high, you had shorts piling in. I'm guessing somewhere in here, almost a couple of months ago. It's hard to believe that, we're at the end of September at this point, and that not too far from putting 2022 behind us at this point. Very hard to believe that. PGY with some news out there from Benson. PGY, what happened to you? Oh, man, that's tough. I remember this doing this crazy through here. Great move. Hopefully nobody's holding from there still. I mean, you can only hope. Very new issue stock still, so. Wow, to do an offering that early, but I guess, I don't know, I guess you can't blame them. You IPO here, you make this huge move up here, and you're back in your IPO price after that. Just, not a great look, diluting your shares like that, but that's between them and their shareholders. So, all right, we've covered quite a bit here. And as I said, we ran through the top 10 list. A lot of great stuff in that top 10 list today. Some better than others. Any questions? Because we are open forum here. Throw them at me. Throw them at me. Throw them at me. What have we not checked on? So someone asked something about rum, didn't they? If I missed anything, let me know. I think Michael Anthony. Do you know why PGY is crashing? All right, so you got your answer from Benson there. Yeah, like I said, with the FOMC meeting, I don't want to get stuck back holding anything today. Going into tomorrow. SOBR, definitely not. Talk about trading plan. What does rum do? I don't know. It's something with social media, but honestly, I don't know. I really avoid the news like the plague. I just don't care what the news is. So I know that this was formerly CFVI. I don't even know if that'll exist anymore. So yeah, this was CFVI. This is what the chart looked like, and then it turned into Rumble. This here, and it's something to do with social media. So it's still showing the CFVI for the profile here. Hopefully that gets updated in the next day or two. But no, I don't know what Rumble does at all. It's something with social media. I don't know. Maybe they're going to challenge Twitter or something. If nothing else, it's shaping up to be a good day trading vehicle. I mean, might not turn out that way, but nice range here, right? Now we got a couple of days of good data here, right? So we got the 20 period SMAs finally coming through here. So tomorrow we'll have a nice nice 3 days of data, and extremely liquid stock. 11.3 mil shares traded here on the day. We can't do anything with the relative volume yet, at least in my opinion. The only thing we have to look back is 1 day. 1 day's worth of data is not sufficient for making any kind of averages. So relative volume, I don't think really should be looked at until like day 20, because it's a 30-day look back. But if you have 20 days worth of data, I think you can start to make some analysis on it with that. The same idea for the 1 minute and 5 minute. When we've got 1 day's worth of data. Now these are going to be 10-day averages, these ones here. So, around day 6, 7, then you can start to look at that data and make some analysis based on that data from there. But for now, as long as it's as liquid as it is, and we can put a couple of key moving averages, whatever moving averages you like to use, obviously, well, not obviously, but for anybody that's here, you full well know that I like my 8 EMA on all time frames and the 20 SMA on all time frames, intraday anyways. On my daily charts, I don't like indicators on my daily charts. I like my daily charts clean. But like I said, there's no swing trading going on in my accounts for the moment. So looking at it all strictly from a day trading viewpoint. Of course, Ian. And Ian, if there's anything there that I discussed that, I didn't go into enough detail or explain well enough, you didn't understand, or you'd like me to elaborate more on, let me know, and I'll do my best that I can to bring those up to more speed or better par. So Scott says Rumble hosts content that has been banned from YouTube and Twitter. Okay, so yeah, got it. All right. So yeah, they're going to compete with the traditional folks there. Well, we'll see. All the best to them. I think competition's a good thing. I don't think there should be any monopolies in anything. Caters to content that have been deplatformed. Okay, very good, very good. So have to check them out. I really don't do much in the way of social media. I like Twitter. I always tell people I'm big into Twitter, not big on Twitter. I try to curate what's coming through my Twitter feed very carefully. Like I said, I'm not a news person. I like things to be funny and informative, but with actual data, not facts, because, a lot of people like to make up facts these days. So with that said, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Obviously, there must be a lot of interest for it, looking at that CFVI chart. So, got to be a lot of interest. And I think this chart goes back further, right? Yeah. I remember some big spikes in here. So this has obviously been a long time coming, I'm guessing. Looking at all this here, that's some insane volume. And you look at the volume that happened here, and I thought the volume that was happening here was really big, but that's nothing compared to what was going on back here. That's incredible. So, all right, well, we got front row seats to this whole thing, so I'm ready. I am ready. Yeah, of course. So just reading over what Ian put there, and then I'll scroll back up through. I see Benson threw something in there, and Michael Anthony, I don't know what they said yet, though. What I would do is start to create like a winner column and a loser column, right? And start to look at on your winners where you set your stop, why you set your stop, on your losers where you set your stop, why you set your stop, and then do the same thing with winners and losers on your potential targets or hard targets, however you're going to happen to do that. And being able to answer these questions is, these are the important ones. Why I got in the trade, why I set my stop where I set my stop, why I set my target where I set my target, how I share sized, and why I share size. Answering those 5 questions and using the winner and loser columns, I think would be a really big deal to start to give you some insight into it. And I think generally you want to keep things as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible is you don't want to have 30 check boxes to get into a trade, because things move fast, right? And we do have to be able to quote unquote think on the fly and make these data analysis very quickly so we don't miss the opportunities when they're presented, right? So let's roll back here. What was one of the ones that I traded today? Sorry, I can't remember tickers anymore. IMPX, all right? So let's drill down in this chart a little bit, right? So I have a series of different stops that I take based on the charts, based on volume, based on gaps, all these things like that, all right? I don't overthink a lot of this stuff though. So with IMPX, we had a bit of a gap, but nothing crazy here, right? We made this big move up. So now we know it can get up here. We know that can happen, right? And we blasted through that prior resistance right there. We even went through the prior days high as well, all right? So we know these things can happen already. So I get a price alert going here. Now this price alert that's up here was living down here earlier in the day, all right? But I was watching the market. The market was weak. The market gapped down, all right? And I'm seeing, big topping shadow. So was that it? Was that the move? Well, there's no way to know, but we're going to track it. And a topping shadow, all right? And a topping shadow. But if you notice, that was a low of the day. This became a low of the day. Now this had become a low of the day, all right? And so when we had this candle close here and this candle open up above it, I said, I feel that based on the trend of this moving up, it doesn't seem to be trading with the market because the market was moving opposite to this. Got a SPY chart right here to show that, right? Market's moving opposite of that's moving. So we know we've got something that's alpha, all right? The relative volume was high on it already, all right? And I could see at that time there's enough liquidity for me to be interested in it. And so I felt it presented the right risk reward situation. I didn't like how extended it was off this EMA. So I didn't share size and risk based on that. Instead, I went to the prior low candle. So I got in on this candle, this spinning top doji. Nope, that's not a good arrow right there. This spinning top doji right there. And I used the prior low right here as going to be my stop, because I wanted to share size enough that I can make money, but not share size big enough that getting stopped out hurts me. Getting stopped out hurts on any trade, of course, but I think you get the point here. So, and that's how I did it. I generally, when day trading, I have three different stops that I look at. All right, my three possible stops are a 15-minute 8 EMA, prior 15-minute candle low, or low of the day. Those are generally my three. I will, on occasion, take a look at a 5-minute 8 EMA. On occasion, I will use that if I want a really tight stop. And I will use, if it warrants, just below close of the gap. But that has to equal a situation where I'm not risking, a ton of money to get the reward that I want, essentially. So hopefully that kind of gives you a little more insight into that. Sorry, just give me a moment of a message coming into me. Sorry about that. Just want to answer those. So hopefully some of that gives you some insight in what to pick out of your journaling, Ian. Parlor, no, I don't really know Parlor. Oh, okay. It was killed by them. All right, yeah. So that's my issue with monopolies. Give people the platform to speak. As long as they're not threatening people and things like that, let them put the stuff out into the Ethernet and let people pick what they want to see. But anyways, that's a different story than trading. Do I know why Sava went up so much today? I have no idea why Sava went up so much today, Michael Anthony, because there's more buyers than sellers. I really don't know. As I told you before, I don't look at news. This will always be my answer. Looking at it technically speaking, $30 was a huge level. Obviously, look at this. Drawing tools being a pain in the neck. $30 was a huge level. It came and defended it, and it started to drift up through the day. You've got a massive short float here, so I bet the shorts got squeezed with a short growth too. So it got to this level, and probably some shorts had to start covering when they couldn't get that price back down. So if I were to guess, why did it go up so much today? It was because of the squeeze. Yeah, there doesn't have to be news. That's we talk about this every single day. There does not have to be news for a stock to go up. There doesn't need to be any news on it whatsoever. What are my two moving averages? 8 EMA and a 20 SMA on intraday time frames. Those are the two ones that I like. Yes. So yeah, 8 EMA and a 20 SMA. So I keep those both on my 5-minute chart here and my 15-minute chart here. Mostly I use a 15-minute chart for my intraday trading, but I do like to look at 5-minute charts. And if you look here, look how many times Sava won 8 races today on my higher priced relative strength scan. So same scan, this and this are the same scan. This just has a $30 max price, and this has a $100 max price. So, but they both have $2 floors on them. So regardless of whatever the news was, it was in focus for me technically all day today. I traded other things. There's another one, AAOI. Another don't go chasing the open, and don't go chasing the open, especially if it had been, a solid stock the other day. We got AAOI has this gap up the other day, nice move throughout the day. All right. Or, held that big move anyways that it made, whether it was early in the morning, but, didn't get that whole move on the gap. Right. Had to trade some to get there, and then kind of held up yesterday. It was, hanging around yesterday, and today it ran right up. Couldn't get through, fell. Do not chase. The first commandment, according to Mr. Barry, thou shalt not chase. And a chase is something different to everybody. There is no cookie cutter answer on what is a chase. So, if you think it might be a chase, then it probably is a chase, I would have to say. And I think that's something that comes with time and experience. Now, here's something. ADN traded this yesterday, got out of it, closed it, small win. And then I wanted it again today, above 415, and it made that move above 415. I wasn't a believer. I was looking at the market and I just said, I just don't know. And a 415 entrance wouldn't have put me in any pain at any point. It hung around up over 4 the rest of the day. And then it made a nice move through here. And this is where part of me starts saying, get back in the swing trading game, Chris, because again, what's chasing, what's extended? Someone's going to look at that and say it's extended. Personally, I look at that and I see strength right now. And I see strength coming right into this level here. And I've got a good defined risk level down here at $3, right? That looks like a really good defined swing stop to me. And how I set up swing stops is going to be different than how I set up my intraday stops share size differently and all those things like that. I just feel like that might have a run into it. But we got FOMC tomorrow, and I'm just not going to swing anything going into FOMC day. There'll be no swing trading for me at all this week. I'm not gonna swing anything into the FOMC meeting. I'm not swinging anything coming out of that meeting. That's for sure. And I'm not going to swing anything going into the weekend right now. So I keep saying I'm going to get back into the swing trading game, but I'm just not finding the risk reward setup with nonsense macroeconomic stuff going on that I have no control over. And the one thing I do have control over is my risk. I don't have to risk anything. I can take my ball and play in whatever court I feel like. Again, that's the beauty of the software here. I get to pick the court. I don't have the court picked for me. Yeah, it's the same as the Bollinger Band scan. I just renamed it that because I was sharing it with people, and like every time I shared it with someone via an email or direct message through Twitter or anything like that, like, but I don't use Bollinger Bands. I'm like, I get it. I don't use Bollinger Bands either. I just happen to use them in the scanning aspect, not the charting aspect, trying to find momentum. But people just got so hung up on the fact that I use Bollinger Bands on it. I said, you know what? They're only seeing it because it was in the name. Nobody even opens up the settings to the scan in general. So you know what? I'm not even going to put it on there anymore. So I changed the name to Relative Strength from the Open. I also feel like it's a more marketable name than, stock racing. Unfortunately, people judge book by covers, although I have to say I am one of those people as well a lot of times. So, do as I say, not as I do, or say as I do, not as I say, or whatever it is. My point being is this: since I changed it to Relative Strength from the Open, anybody that's never seen the scan before that I share it with, I get really positive feedback from, and I haven't heard another word about Bollinger Bands since. So just the kind of way I do that. Nope. I have no reason to create another scan at this point. This scan has been absolutely fire since beginning, middle of March, whenever I originally created it. I don't remember exactly when I created it, but sometime before spring, because spring is, middle end of March. It was before we turned the calendars to official spring. I created the scan. And it was when I was starting to really kind of dig into the races even more than I had been the first couple of months of the year. So, no, my pleasure. As I always say, I'm all about the community here, and so I've got an agenda. Everybody on this planet has an agenda. My agenda is for you folks to either become or to be Trade Idea subscribers that become profitable using the software. You folks having subscriptions of the software and not making money doesn't do me any good. It doesn't do Trade Ideas any good. It doesn't do, if David's still here, it doesn't do David any good. It doesn't do Barry any good. It doesn't do any of us any good if you folks are subscribed and you're not making any money. And that's why I don't just focus on the software itself. I talk about trading plans. I talk about charts. I talk about moving averages. I talk about if someone has questions on indicators. While I'm not an expert on all indicators, I have a good handle for my CMT studies on a lot of indicators. And I can always do a quick refresh search for myself if I need to as well. So, and in the end, selfishly, I hope that from you folks gaining profits into your retirement accounts, into your brokerage accounts, into your savings accounts, you'll, word of mouth us and say to, you're at a dinner party and say, oh, geez, I'm using this and I go to these webinars and I attend this room and, all this stuff for free. And here's the software costs some money, but the education along with it costs nothing. And, hopefully we continue, Trade Ideas continues to grow and thrive, and you folks continue to grow and thrive with us. One way that we've passed things along in a reciprocal way is one, there's all this education that we do. And two, for those that haven't paid attention, the standard yearly cost used to be just under $1,100. Now it's at $1,000. So we lowered that a bit. And the premium annual cost was up a little over $2,200 for the annual cost on that. We lowered that to, $2,000, and we've left the discounts in place that we always offer for new people as well. And, things of that nature. So, we, passed on some savings to you folks as we continue to grow as well as a team here. So, holy cow, 4:30, time flies when you're having fun. Great session today. I do, as always, appreciate everybody being here. Today was Tuesday, tomorrow's Wednesday, FOMC day. We're in a bear market. Things are going to get wild tomorrow. I would be shocked if things don't get wild tomorrow after the meetings released. Not just the decision is released, but the meeting notes afterwards when Powell begins to speak. It's a bear market. It's as simple as that. Treat it as such. There's plenty of opportunity all over the place, all the time, finding it with the software every day. Just be patient, have a plan, execute that plan. So again, I thank you folks very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions as always. You will have Jamie at noon tomorrow. I'll be back at 3:30. Of course, Barry has the stream open at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll do it all over again on FOMC day. I appreciate it very much, folks, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day wherever you are in the spinning globe we call Earth. Thank you and take care.